So before we... Oh, let me wait for the recording to really kick in. There we go. Before we actually really get going here. Yeah, would you like to know more about how awesome K is? We need to codify some stuff with regards to positives and negatives. And everything-atives. Give me just a second. There we go. So I'm going to type for a minute here. Tenentry. You have too many vowels there, Gum Gum. There's only 3. And you've given it 4. Tanantari. Tenentry. This vowel count is off. Okay, so that's on the story axis. Got a few more things we're still debating, Aiden. I was debating other gameplay plus stuffs, but as I talked about during the fight with the Thunderjaw, most of the things that I would consider for pluses or negatives are just not. Which... Wow. That, yeah, so, okay. This has to... Yeah, no, that's where we're at. So, let's update the HUD. For those of you not following along with the document. Not that I would blame you. For, let's start with the gameplay minuses. So, we're actually up to 9 codified story, or gameplay negatives, excuse me. You're thinking, oh, wow, that's pretty bad. And yeah, it is, although 3 of those are the crash problems. Which I stand by the way. Gameplay positive. Well, we got to codify those, too. We've got those, right? Which we have 8 of those. Story negatives. We do have a few. We're up to 4 total. I'm still debating a few things story-wise, because there's still events that haven't happened. But we're up to 20 story positives. Anyways, let's get on with the game, shall we? Let's check our battery really quick. Okay, good.
I'm heading down.
I've spent a lifetime trying to uncover the secrets of this world. Where the machines came from. How the old ones achieved such marvels only to fall into silence and death. A lifetime of failure. As year by year, decade after decade, I hit walls I could not break, doors I could never breach.
Hello.
Until a Nora huntress marched out of the savage east. And voila, for her, all the deepest secrets of the earth were laid bare. I suspect you will have an easier time with this door than I did years ago.
It's still 4 syllables, Gum Gum.
Oh, for identiscan.
I mean, it's whatever. You can decide your own pronunciations. I'm just pointing it out.
Genetic profile confirmed. Entry authorized.
I used to drag a chair
Malfunction.
into the
Kidding me?
kitchen
Laughing.
Shut up. There's gotta be another way.
when I was doing
Hey!
that.
Elizabeth Sobek here! Requesting access!
Access request acknowledged. Root command functions available. Do you wish to proceed?
I do! Get me through this door!
Analyzing. Primary access inoperable due to mechanical failure. Emergency venting procedure likely to circumvent blockage. Do you wish to proceed?
Yes.
Emergency venting authorized.
Hermetically sealed.
So by now,
Guess you can't have everything.
that will draw attention. We won't have this place to ourselves for long now.
We? Last I checked, I was the one risking my life down here.
Yes, fine. Now will you please get moving? There's so much to learn in less time than I'd hoped.
I know, right, Kira White Noise? Oh.
Welcome to Project Zero Dawn.
Ah, this one. This is a classic run. After all, I have played this game before. I've gotten that question like 5, actually probably closer to 10 times so far. I got tired of people arguing and debating and not agreeing with each other with regards to what defines a premier run and what defines a classic run. And so I faced a choice, either reclassify everything as a review run, or just use the definition I originally had and just stick with that. And the original definition is much easier to define. Have I played it or not? Yes or no. I've played this one, so classic run.
Zero Dawn. We found it.
Are you really so surprised?
Facility diagnostics detect multiple failures. Attempting repair.
So, what was this room?
An entrance hall, perhaps. Have a look around.
Funny thing, by the way. There's going to be a lot to unpack in this section, so forgive me for talking in advance, but I'm kind of with Silence on this one. How many of you have something that you've been searching for years or even decades? When I say searching, I mean something you want, right? Something that's just... And you haven't been able to have it. Now, on the off chance, how many of you also have the great fortune of finally being able to get that? Now, I can't raise my hand on that one. But I do, I can picture it, right? I have a good imagination. And I can picture what I would be like in that moment. And it would be so hard to hold myself back from just being like, you know? And Silence, credit to him, he's not freaking out. But at the same time, you can hear that he is sitting there like, oh my God, this is it. This is it. All the answers are right in front of me. Go, please. Oh. This morning's unfortunate incident with Dr. Popovich is an example of why reception needs additional support. We appreciate that Zero Dawn is an immensely complicated project, but as the staff who serve on the front line, we are tired of being neglected. As we've already requested, we need human translators fluent in Polish, for example, security staff who could subdue enraged epidemiologists, for example, and dermal sedatives to calm someone who are screaming in Polish while hurling chairs and vases, for example. Yes, most of the candidates are reasonably calm and well-behaved, but we need help handling the exceptions to that rule. Please respond. And you're probably wondering, why would someone be freaking out here? So they actually already gave this away. These people were kidnapped and dragged here by the military with no warning and no nothing. The general already said that in the previous area. I will get you your list. You remember that? Reception staff continues to require additional support managing ZD candidates when they arrive at the facility. Many are frightened or confused. Some are highly agitated. These are not the sort of people who are accustomed to having information withheld from them. At a minimum, we need human translators. Langbots are not sufficient, and mild sedatives for the severe cases. Any and all support would be welcome. Please, could you try start responding to one of these mails? Hey, baby.
Please take a seat and wait for your name to be called. A selection of beverages and snacks are available.
A smaller room.
I mean, Novus is fine. That's just 2 syllables. Would it be possible to improve the soundproofing between VR1 and the lounge area? Most of the candidates stay quiet during the presentation, but the ones who scream or sob can plainly be heard by candidates waiting their turn in the lounge. Just a thought.
Please proceed into viewing room 1 for an important message regarding the purpose of your visit.
For the 5th time, please restock the lounge's selection of herbal teas. If I have to listen to one more egghead throw a tantrum because we're out of organic cucumber mint or blackberry sage varietals, I'm gonna lose it. Please respond, and this time no tempest in a teapot or steep demand jokes, okay? I have not played the DLC before. That'll be new to me, Baron. So this is kind of an in-between run. It's a Premier Classic run. Or a Classic Premier run. Yeah, I would say this game is mostly inoffensive. Really. But at the same time, I kind of stand by the current gameplay score we've given this game. Upon analysis, there really are some severe issues with the gameplay. It's just the game is awesome in spite of that, you know?
What was this place?
So this is where we get the presentation.
CD01 data intact. Initiating playback.
Welcome to Project Zero Dawn. I am General Harris, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff of the United States of America. I'm sure you've heard the rumors that Zero Dawn is a top-secret superweapons program, the technological miracle that will save us from the Pharaoh Plague, if Operation Enduring Victory can hold off the robots long enough. The reason I'm sure you've heard the rumors is that I'm the one who spread them, and they are all lies. Zero Dawn is not a superweapons program, and it will not save us. Nothing will save us. And here's why. By the time the glitch was noticed, it was already too late. Nothing could stop the Pharaoh Plague. Nothing can. Its robots will continue to replicate and devour the biosphere. Life on Earth will be destroyed. Our planet reduced to a barren sphere. Global extinction is inevitable. No matter how many we kill, the robots just keep exponentially making more. If we had their deactivation codes, we could shut them all down. The entire swarm. But since their cryptographic protocols use polyphasic entangled waveforms, cracking a code set would take half a century.
Yep.
At best, we've got 16 months. Not exactly what you'd call a survival option. The destruction of a biosphere is not the sort of apocalypse you can wait out in a fallout shelter or a space station. There will be no Earth left to reclaim. Just a lifeless, toxic rock with several million Pharaoh robots on it. hibernating, waiting for something to eat. This is the horrible truth behind the lies of Operation Enduring Victory. My lies. Lies designed to inspire millions of innocents to sacrifice themselves in battle. Why? One reason. To buy time for you and the work you will do here. Zero Day. The day that life on Earth ceases to exist is coming fast. It cannot be stopped. The hope of Zero Dawn is that something new might come after. But I will leave it to Elizabeth Sobek to shine that thin ray of light into the darkness. Harris, out.
That doesn't make sense. Life on Earth didn't cease to exist.
He said it could not be stopped.
But it was. Somehow Elizabeth saved us. I've got to keep looking. Find out how she did it.
I'm gonna keep myself shut, or my mouth shut for now. There's a few things to unpack here, though. I mean, honestly eclectic. I said it earlier. The most predictable of human responses.
They got in. Through the
is
vents.
denial.
Let nothing stop you from learning the truth.
Spread out! If it moves, kill it!
What is this place? Tomb?
Is accurate, yes.
So these mechanical monstrosities, they don't just kill people, they feed off them?
Not just people, all organic matter.
Every living thing, dissolved into nutrients. Millennia of evolution, liquefied. The miracle of life reduced to bloody biofuel.
In a word, yes.
Who did this? Pharaoh? That arsehole. Is he here?
No, Doctor.
Please, tell him Tom Pate wants a word. Now, get off! Get off! Please! You get Ted Pharaoh in here!
People need a blame figure. Granted, Ted is actually pretty responsible for what's going on here.
Close to let tribal primitives stop us now. The data points, what did they contain?
But, I mean... these, we talked about this the last time we streamed this. There's a reason why there's the receptionists, and then the very next layer, like in the layers of bureaucracy and the layers of processing that people go through here, they go through receptionist, and then the very next people they talk to is trained psychiatrists and counselors.
Want to discuss?
Whew. So Mama, she was right.
Pardon?
My mother, she took her Bible real serious. Not just Texas Bible serious, Pentecostal serious. Favorite chapter? Revelations. Now, I didn't always understand her on account of all that speaking in tongues and such, but when she did use her words, there was always end times this and lake of fire that on account of sinful lifestyles. Speaking of which, mind if I smoke?
A tobacco cigarette.
Sorry, darling. My taste run classic. Compliments to your team tracked me down. Been a price on my head 18 months now. Sterling Malky was me, don't mind admitting. Been plenty of snakesters chasing the bounty too. But I kept the zigging to their zag. How'd you finger me?
I believe Dr. Sobek listed you as an alpha candidate. Priority snatch and grab.
Always suspected she had a little thing for me. Hey, I don't suppose you got real coffee in this place. You know, blood coffee? Conflict cappuccinos?
Mr. Tate, I'm clearing you to proceed. Just go. previously worked for Faro Automated Systems.
On the Chariot Line self-replication routines. I came here thinking this was a rendition. When your people took me, I thought, about time. I've been trying to swallow the guilt every day since...
Would you like to take a moment?
No, I really hoped Zero Dawn was a way to undo it all. My work. And I'm sorry to say I was ever proud of it, but Ted could really sell a concept, and in the labs, in the light of creation, that first test run, when you saw they understood their own structures, could rebuild themselves from memory and light, there were no limits. God, there were no limits.
So someone asked who would be blamed the most here. I gotta be honest, at this point, I'm not sure I would give a damn, but that's just my personality in general. But if I had to blame someone the most, it would be the nameless guy they never even tell us the name of. We'll talk about him in a bit. He's only cropped up once so far.
With Suzanne Alpert, environmental scientist. Doctor?
I'm sorry, I wasn't,
Just stating your name. What were you thinking about, Doctor?
Nothing the General said, not really. I was on the Syzygy East Response Team in 2051, just after the second earthquake compromised the reactor. I still dream about it, after all these years. The red zone spreading on the imaging, slowly, so slowly, like a hand opening its fingers.
Your involvement in that event is why you were asked for by name.
Really? That's interesting. Because nothing worked. Nothing could grow there again. It was a catastrophic failure. But the red zone is a blip compared to global-scale biomass reduction. The biosphere and hydrosphere will collapse, render the Earth uninhabitable long before the robots finish us. Enduring victory can't buy time against that. So, you'd better show me what Zero Dawn really is.
So this is a fun read. Whoops. Damn it. Damn it. Hang on. There it is. Sorry, losing my place here. Candidates must be allowed to ask questions and given the necessary time to fully absorb the information they have received. It is important to be aware that candidates have just been exposed to triggers for severe mental and emotional trauma. Do not assume silence or outward calmness indicates acceptance. It is essential to stress that all other options for combating the Faro Plague and preserving the continuation of human life have been considered and found unworkable. Communicate this fact calmly, but clearly and firmly. Familiarize yourself with data on catastrophic environmental impact of nuclear engagements versus the Swarm, Addendum B1, and the infeasibility of maintaining life in orbital, lunar, or undersea structures, Addendum C1, C2, and C3, so that you can counter candidates' objections in depth. If a candidate asks for time alone to review supplementary information, allow this without hesitation. Inform security personnel so the candidate can be monitored for attempts at self-harm. Candidates should only be allowed to proceed to Presentation 2 if you believe their mental state is sufficiently stable. Note that real-time support will be available via your focus. Security and medical crisis teams are blah 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 blah. Like I said, that's a fun one. There's a couple other ones here. Come on. There it is.
I'm sure you now understand.
Whoops. Damn it! Ah! Take two.
I'm sure you now understand the urgency of why we brought you here, Ms. Okilo.
Captain Okilo, are you trying to thank me for not resisting?
I believe we couldn't negotiate a diplomatic solution.
When it came to my country's lithium, it was always a swarm that would be sent to negotiate. Metallurgic International, U.S. Robot Command. The markings changed, but the robots were the same.
You have had considerable experience in human-robot conflict.
Yes, and I've got the prosthetic limbs to show it. Yet I continue to face this horror, even though the challenge was great. Cyber warfare. I thought Zero Dawn would be a Manhattan project to generate the deactivation codes. With the resources I had, I estimated code breaking to be a hopeless endeavor. I was almost looking forward to being proved wrong.
Unfortunately, your estimation was correct.
As your General Hera said. So then, you did not bring me here to commiserate. What is left?
Good.
Look, let's cut the mystery. You're building a colony ship. It's obvious. And it's not gonna fly. I mean, literally. Remember the Odyssey? That multinational heap of space junk that's been in graveyard orbit since 57? That went nowhere real slow. And you have to get somewhere real fast. Do you have any idea the immensity of the challenge to prep a new colony ship in time?
To be clear, I'm not a worker on the project.
Do you even understand how few people it could save?
About 1,000.
The whole generation ship concept is not gonna happen. It's the first thing you'd abandon in favor of embryonics. For that kind of storage, we're talking a lot of bulk, a lot of power, a lot of resources. So even if you do it, even if you build it and point it at Sirius X, there's no room for people on that thing, all right?
If you could try to remain calm.
You people are crazy if you think you're getting off this rock. No one's getting off.
Medical.
So, I'm sorry for small spoilering. This is one of, I think, about 3 or 4 little hints that there's something going on in space. I'm just going to tell you right now, we don't know where that's going as of this moment in time. I'm kind of hoping they follow through with that in the sequel. It's all little stuff. It could have been just stuff they never planned to follow through on, but it caught my attention each time it cropped up. Oh no, no aliens. Well, I kind of hope there's no aliens, because that would take away from the whole mundane storytelling thing that I love so much about this. But you get my point. You get my point. Where am I? Ah, I see where I am. It is entirely possible it's just background lore. There's plenty of that in this. Did I get everything? I just want to make sure I don't miss any. There's a lot of data logs here. They're all optional, and they're not super well labeled. It's a logical decisions here, I'm like. Interstellar, you know?
CO2 data intact. Initiating playback.
So, you've made it through the counselors. Now you get this presentation.
And it's all true. The Pharaoh Plague is devouring the biosphere. Life itself will cease to exist. But does that have to be the end? What if we could give life a future? What if we could build a kind of seed from which, on a dead planet, life could blossom anew? This is the aim, the hope, of Project Zero Dawn. To create a super-intelligent, fully automated terraforming system and bring life back from lifelessness. What would such a system require? At its core, it would need a true AI, fully capable of making the trillions of decisions necessary to reconstitute the biosphere. An immortal guardian, devoted to the reflourishing of life. We call it Gaia. Mother Nature as an AI. But that's just the core of the system. She will need to be surrounded and empowered by a comprehensive suite of subordinate functions. Think of them as extensions of Gaia's mind, each dedicated to a specific purpose. Now, these aren't AIs, but make no mistake, each presents an engineering challenge more profound than anything the human species has ever before attempted. Hardware that preserves and then gestates the billions of seeds and embryos from which life will be reborn. The construction of underground facilities to hold it all. And that's just the start. We don't have to build the entire system. The beauty of a fully automated terraforming system is that it can build itself. Now, over the days to come, you'll learn how all these functions, all these pieces that you'll be working on, fit together. How we'll race the clock to execute our harvest initiatives, write the software, build the tech and the facilities. How we'll lock it down and seal it up before the inevitable occurs. But even more important, you'll know how it doesn't end here. How Gaia will generate those deactivation codes General Harris talked about, and build the transmission arrays to broadcast them, shutting down the Pharaoh robots for good. How Gaia will not just build, but imagine any conceivable robot it needs to do its work across centuries. From detoxifying the Earth's ravaged atmosphere and poisoned seas, to the regreening of the Earth from cryopreserved seed stalks, to rewilding the Earth with animal life. And then, when all that is done, how a new generation of human beings, spawned at cradle facilities around the globe, will partake of Apollo, the vast archive of human knowledge and cultural achievement from which they will learn of us, our world. And most important, how not to repeat our mistakes. It's not an impossible dream. It is within our grasp if we work tirelessly and stop at nothing to achieve it. We can't stop life from ending. But if you will help me, help Gaia, we can give it a future. Join me and help make that future real.
The whole Earth destroyed, but then remade?
Yes. By a machine. A machine of creation.
Elizabeth did this. For life, for us. But why Hades then? If it was part of Gaia, how'd it end up in the wreckage of a Pharaoh robot? And why does it want to kill me? And Apollo, the Archive of Knowledge, what happened to that?
I'm as confused as you are. Maybe the answers lie ahead.
You know, the irony is, yeah, by the way, you saw Hades in that list, right? The irony is, this sounds like a very military operation to me. What I call the ideal, you know, what a military should be. I talked about that a lot during my Babylon 5 stuff. It's like, oh, okay, we're all gonna die. Oh, alright, let's do something about it. And yeah, you'll notice this is a complex solution. This isn't a hit a switch solution. The irony, the great irony, they haven't talked about this just yet, although they hinted at it, is that there is a... I'm sorry, I'm getting emotional. It's this whole scene. There's something else. We'll cover it later. This isn't a good time for it. They hinted briefly at the fact that one of the things they need to do is to brute force. Now, really quick, if you don't understand how that works, hacking isn't like how it is in Hollywood. This is one of the things, they got several things right with this game. They did a decent amount of real research about a lot of its core concepts. The way hacking works in real life is you call it brute force hacking. It's just, you slam options, and there's actually a lot of complexity here I'm skipping over, but you slam options until you come up with the right one. Now, there's a lot of problems that come in the way with that, but generally speaking, you leave a large number of computers and banks just doing this constant this, and just going down the list trying options until finally it stumbles upon the one that is correct and actually works. That's how normal real-life hacking tends to work, right? Now, that is an issue, but it's also one of the reasons why we've invented things like 128-bit encryption, just to name one example right off the top of my head, which would take absolutely freaking forever to hack, even with modern computers. The reason I bring all this up is that's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to brute force hack the shutdown codes for the Swarm, because they exist and they can do that. But it's going to take forever, because they have to estimate that it will take the longest amount of time possible. This is how the math works out in this kind of estimate. You have to presume that the very, very last option you try is the password, and that gives you your range of how long it'll take to brute force it, right? So that's what they were talking about. It would take, 50 years, I think is what they mentioned? 50 years is the outside of just until finally they do it. But of course, they don't have 50 years, which is the problem. And that's the other reason this makes so much sense. There's so much logic here, because it's gone. Yeah, they even have the codes. They're not actually trying to hack the shutdown command. They're just trying to hack the encryption on the Swarm. That's... But yeah, 50 years of continuous hacking when when they have months left of life. That's basically it. Oh, tell me about it, Eclectic. But anyways, I'm getting ahead of myself a little bit. I just wanted to comment on that. You are now in possession of information regarding the true nature and purpose of Project Zero Dawn, classified far above top secret. As such, we regret you cannot be allowed to leave this facility. There are 3 options available to you at this point. Please consider carefully. Trained counselors are standing by to assist you in making your choice. Gotta jump into this really quick. Oh, I know, Van Val. I'm telling you, this is such a grounded story. It's what I love so much about it. What if the Swarm changed the encryption code? They can't. Again, remember, Roomba, right? There is no AI. There's no intelligence guiding the Swarm. They don't have the ability to do that. It could also be, because this is a thing in real life too, that they physically can't do that, because some encryption keys are physically hard-coded. So there's no software way to change that, right? Now, that's semi-infrequent, and I don't want to get too much into that, because that's going really down the hole there. But that is such a thing that we have right now in real life. Think about how they've structured this. Here's a wish list of people they want. The people she picked for this list is purely based on competency and nothing else, right? Just competency. So they go in through the very first layer and they get told the horrible truth. Then so the first layer was being on the list and getting kidnapped. The second list is okay, now they have to go through the counselors and the psychiatrists. Then they have to go through the final information, and now they are at this point. I like how they layer this, because until they get to that third step, they're not really at the point of no return, for lack of a better way to put it. And I like how they layer and structure this, because that's exactly how they should do it. Not just for simple security's sake, but honestly for basic decency's sake. Because now, if they have successfully made it this far, well, congratulations, point of no return. Which leads me to option 1, participation. You will be assigned a sub-project team based on your area of expertise. You should be aware that the way forward will be difficult and the project's outcome uncertain. You will be expected to work a minimum of 80 hours a week, and your communication with family members will be strictly limited and monitored in real time. Upon successful completion of the project, you and your immediate family, or 2 persons of choosing, will be transferred to the Elysium sealed habitat to live out the remainder of your natural lives. I mean, yes, Lunarith, but it's still... maybe my Roomba analogy isn't getting it across. How much do you know about programming, Lunarith? You can only program so much. You can only... a robot can only ever do what it's programmed to do. Right? A robot only has the ability to do what it's programmed to do. There's no learning there. There's no ability to adapt or adjust. Anytime it's adapting, all it's actually doing is checking its go-to list and being like, oh, okay, well, I can do this. Oh, I can do this. That's what these guys are doing. They have no intelligence, no actual ability to think on any level that qualifies. These things... I'm trying to think of a fictional equivalent other than Roombas, which is a real-life equivalent. And I'm actually having trouble coming up with one. That's separate, von Falkenstein, and we'll talk about that later, because we're not at that point yet. Either that or that's a plot hole. Take your pick. It's entirely possible it's a plot hole. A Roomba is an automated vacuum, which is a series of if-thens, where they kind of go. That's actually exactly why I use Roombas specifically, because there is a degree of what you could call intelligence, which I would not call intelligence when it comes to Roomba. Because, like, for example, Lunera says, well, they didn't navigate and identify objects. But a Roomba can do that! A Roomba knows how not to go over the edge of a staircase. A Roomba knows how to turn around once it hits a wall. Roombas can navigate and identify what they should be doing and how they should interact. It's base level programming, right? Anyways, moving on. I need to read this before we're just stuck here talking about this forever. So that's option 1, participation. You'll be transferred to the Elysium, and you will be sealed in that habitat to live out the remainder of your natural lives. Option 2, indefinite detention. Should you decline participation in Project Zero Dawn, you will be confined indefinitely. You will be given 48 hours to reconsider, after which your decision to refuse participation will be considered irrevocable. Every reasonable effort will be made to make your term of confinement as comfortable as possible, but you will not be permitted contact with the outside world, and death within 18 months due to the plague is inevitable. When the Zero Dawn facility is abandoned, detainees who do not wish for medical euthanasia will be released. Option 3, medical euthanasia. The information you have just received understandably calls into question the purpose of continuing to live. If you would prefer to end your life at this point, pain-free medical euthanasia is available. A 48-hour waiting period is required, during which time you may opt out for participation or confinement. Please notify a counselor when you are ready to make your choice or if you have further questions. You know, under other circumstances, this would be considered horrifying. This is the other one I mentioned earlier. It is vitally important that candidates choose to participate in the project knowingly and voluntarily, with additional coercion and without value judgment on the part of the counselor. Confirm for candidates that they were selected due to their skill sets and accomplishments. Emphasize their dedicated participation in Zero Dawn will increase the project's chances of success. Frame participation in Zero Dawn as an opportunity to respond actively in the face of an overwhelming threat. Candidates may question the fairness of their selection. Validate such objections as normal, even admirable, responses. Emphasize the value of candidates' expertise to the future, and not just of humanity, but terrestrial life as a whole. Likewise, candidates may balk at the morality of extending their lifespans and the loved ones beyond Zero Day. Validate their hesitation. Acknowledge that, while the reward of Elysium is not fair, it will be earned. If possible, redirect their ethical misgivings towards greater commitment to the project. When candidates challenge the plausibility of Project Zero Dawn, permit them to review the presentation as many times as they wish, and allow them supplemental articles G01 through P20. Allow them to suspend the interview to fully process the documentation. A significant minority of candidates will elect for medical euthanasia. It is important to receive this decision kindly and without judgment. Advise them of the 48-hour waiting period during which the counselors will be available to discuss their decision. Emphasize that euthanasia will not occur without repeat consent when the procedure is scheduled to take place. No one will be euthanized against their will. Candidates who have elect for indefinite detention must be informed that they have 48 hours to reverse their decision, after which the decision becomes irrevocable, blah, 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 blah. Data corrupted. Hang on, got a couple more. I think there's actually just one more.
Of course I'll do it. To be given the opportunity to rebuild what the damage that I don't feel worthy of it, but I will do it, absolutely.
I want to stress that this was never about your culpability.
It is to me. Dr. Sobek, Margot, They were smart to get out of Pharaoh when they did, but not one of us took it as a warning sign. It just told ourselves that we're cut out for the BTRI cabals. That's the better than rapid innovation. A better competing, better than the next guy, a better killing machine. It's just amazing how a century and a half of science fiction did nothing to swerve our species from the path of doom. I mean, I'm done with that life. I mean, I will work hard, twice as hard, to earn this, for my family to have a place in Elysium. I never thought that there could be atonement.
Intruder! Get her!
Whatever you do, don't die now.
Well, I was planning on dying. That medical euthanasia option looks pretty good. But okay.
I hashed it out with them, what the point of Artemis was. I made it clear I wasn't on board for a global zoo. We haven't exactly proved ourselves to be great custodians in the past few thousand years. So the idea of a reconstituted biosphere, well, it's horrifying, isn't it? A complete horror show. We have no right to take a best guess at this stuff. But the alternative? Nothingness. For there to have been all this, and then nothing. And with Charles Ronson running the show, I respect him. He's got a passion to him. He's hot-blooded. So I said I'll do it. I'll put my all into this, literally. When the project is done, I'll take the medical option, thank you. The counselor said I might change my mind. I told him that he didn't know me very well then. For life's sake, I'll do the dirty work. But I want no part of this pathetic attenuated future on offer. I'm an outdoors man. Never did like the feel of solid-state lighting on my skin. And a wee bit of a claustrophobe, anyway.
Well, I hope you like being sealed in a vault for a few years. Fallout reference. It makes sense to offer option 2, even if option 2 wasn't even intended to be followed through on, S.A. Ross. I hate to say that so callously, but at the stage they're at, morality and ethics have left the window. Through the window, sorry. They're gone. You can stay here and rot in what is effectively prison, or you can join the project, or you can die. As I've said many times, when you get to extremes, the rules stop mattering as much. You know, someone walks up and says, "Hi, I'll give you $2 to kill this person." Your response is going to be, "No!" Someone walks up and says, "Hi, I'm going to blow up an entire city unless you shoot this person." In which case it's like, And yeah, Sierra Mike is quite correct. Option 2 is just another way of them being like, "So, have you had any additional thoughts about the matter? We do value your insight. If there's anything you'd like to share about the project or its feasibility, or perhaps any ideas you might have onto its successful fruition, we are more than willing to listen to your concepts and thoughts." Normally I hate this kind of manipulative crap, to be perfectly blunt. But again, extremes.
Now, those lame FBI black hats at Mockingbird back in the day, I enjoyed schooling them. But maybe I went in too hard on this poor counselor. She was cute, and just going down a checklist after all. Couldn't expect her to see how ridiculous Zero D's ambitions are. God's own budget thrown at a kid playing with a hologram sculptor? Palms up, honey. I'm just calling it like it is. Hey, look, Mom, I'm making nature. Now, if nature is so important, why not let nature take its course? Extinction? That's natural. Zero Dawn? No, ma'am, that ain't. Heck, it's so unnatural it'd be called an abomination back home, and you know it. That's why you're hiding it. Meanwhile, my little honey of a counselor, she's munching the inside of her cheek. Bad habit. She chewed one of her nails, too, just one. Not your day, was it, little sweet pea? Saw her quota slipping away. Said, I assume you intend to decline the assignment, Mr. Tate. You kidding me? 18 months hard labor in exchange for 30 years lounging around Elysium watching porn? Sign me up.
I don't like Tate all that much. But again, that's not the point, is it? These were the best, regardless of what kind of people they were. And again, morality was kind of thrown out the window.
Zero Dawn. He is art, in a way. An expression on the grandest scale. But there is so much unfairness. Why was I chosen? Was it decided by committee? By algorithm? My family will be saved because I happen to graduate in art history? Is this right?
Dr. Sauvé? Christina Sauvé?
Yes. I met a man, another historian. His fields are Bauhaus and the New Materialists. But he once attended one of my talks. Another unfair chance. Of all the many people in that auditorium, that we should both be here now. And yet, I feel more accepting of my fate. No, it is not fair. Not at all. But for the sake of my family, for the sake of art. Art is alive. It must be able to speak from beyond history and echo in the future, not perish into oblivion. This opportunity, I must do this.
Now, I don't know if I missed it, or if I haven't read it yet, but there's another way they're manipulating these people. They ensure that the people who have already been flagged as positively inclined towards joining the project are grouped up with the people who aren't. So that there's no nice way to say this. People are more likely to think something's a good idea if they convince each other of it, not you convince them of it. And again, incredibly manipulative. Yeah, no, this, like I said, this is a proper military organization. They organized who was organized with whom, in what areas, with what people, who were reviewed as what. And it makes sense, because this was a... They needed to succeed, and they did everything they could to ensure maximum success potential.
Here we go. Another one of these. Need to find the right...
Oh, this is probably the one that I was thinking of earlier. The earlier one was the easy one, because the solution was right there, and this is the one I didn't know. Ah, whatever. But before I get to that...
Hey, I'm done with Brett's incompetence, okay? Somehow, he managed to install an H-emitter node backwards. Everything's in reverse. I don't get paid to clean up Brett's messes. If you want it fixed, send him up to storage for a new emitter, not me. Parker out.
Yeah, this is the flipped one.
There's a part missing. Maybe there's a storage area nearby.
This is what, like the second of 2 instances of this puzzle in the whole game? Actually, I think there's a third one, isn't there? I don't remember. Of course. pretty sure I haven't missed any, but you know how that goes. Yeah, as I say, I think I need to. Yeah, I can do. No, don't. Just gonna look this one up again. This is the exact problem I ran into last time. This is exactly what I was remembering last time.
Done. I should check the door nearby.
I mean, I could probably brute force it in a couple of minutes. It's not that many. I take that back. There's actually a lot of combinations there. But I could still probably brute force that one in a few hours. This button.
Found one. Looks intact.
Down. Down.
That should do the trick. Now let's get that door open.
Stop. Speaking of which, stop crouching. God. This freaking game. Okay. So yeah, this is exactly what I was remembering. Of course.
That did it. Door should have power.
Now to see what lies beyond it.
She really likes to do that, doesn't she?
They're here.
Avoid contact.
Or I could kill them.
Good.
Gaia. It's up there. Second floor.
Can you reach it?
So much for avoiding contact.
At least they start us in stealth.
Company.
I mean, could you imagine?
Intro.
There's nothing to see here. Glitter, glitter, glitter. Glowing shield armor. Down here, guys. Come on. Come on down.
Go loser.
Haven't you got anything better to do?
It's funny, they always shoot at Superman, too, for some reason. Even knowing it's Superman, they're like, we've got to kill Superman. Shoot, shoot, shoot. You don't understand, I robbed a bank, guys. I gotta shoot Superman. I gotta throw the gun at his face. There we go.
That's the last of them.
Repeat.
Or not.
There! I see something!
There, I see something! What do you see?
Room's clear.
What do your elven eyes see, boy?
Get moving. You have to find Gaia.
From Sobek to Margot Shen. Margot, if I doubted your brilliance in the slightest, I wouldn't have picked you as Hephaestus Alpha. You need to stop worrying about your age and communication style. You are who you are. Have confidence in yourself and know what you're doing. Case in point, the latest draft of your plan for the construction and stocking of bootstrap silos to store raw materials is excellent. This, combined with your design for the AM Foundry core and the Foundry site selection plan, add up to a comprehensive plan. It's time to start construction. One detail. Consult with Iamide Aquilo before you finalize silo inventories. Hephaestus' first task will be to fabricate the robots that will construct the waveform broadcast towers Minerva will have to use to transmit deactivation codes. So any exotic materials needed for the tower should be accounted for in the inventory plan.
Hello, I'm Margot Shen, and this is Hephaestus. As the name might tip you off, this is going to be the subordinate function that Gaia will use to make lots and lots of robots. Her personal forge. Except, it's not that simple. You probably noticed that only about a third of you are robotics engineers. The rest, experts in machine cognition, virtual heuristics, that stuff. Well, that's because we aren't going to be the ones designing and building robots. The last thing we want is to burden Gaia with a bunch of outmoded 21st century designs. Waste of time. Our purpose is to empower Gaia to build the robots, and not just build, imagine, from scratch. Any robot she needs for any conceivable purpose, designed and fabricated at a snap of a finger. Hers. Her finger. So, Hephaestus isn't really the forge. It's more like the knowledge of craft and ingenuity of a mastersmith to wield the hammer. Encoded as software. Virtual creativity made real. Gaia's already learning. In simulations, she's doing some very creative things with fractal assembly and animal morphologies. Her designs aren't about to win the Liam Prize anytime soon, but hey, everyone has to start somewhere. So, yes, time to get started. Let's do this.
I don't get it.
Which part? It's a little technical in places.
If Gaia was designed to save life, why would the robots it makes attack people?
Perhaps it loves some forms of life more than others.
The derangement. The machines weren't always so angry.
True. Mostly they were docile until 10, 15 years ago.
For years, Hephaestus has been forcing cauldrons to make aggressive machines. I've seen it myself, in the cauldrons. Stalkers, Ravagers, a Thunderjaw. How could it do that? And why?
Why indeed?
She's 18, Tesla. Not that that has anything to do with anything. So we can debate the AI-VI thing, and we'll probably disagree, since as I pointed out earlier today or yesterday, I forget when, forgive me, even those three categories are rough categories. It's a gradient, right? There's a gradient between robot up to VI, up to AI, right? Having said all that, I would argue that Gaia is just a particularly advanced VI, and some of the other function involved are particularly unadvanced VIs. But that's, of course, just my opinion, and that's just based on speculation on what we see. From Margot to Elizabeth Sobek. Wow, you weren't kidding about Gaia's predilection for animal morphologies. Sure, not totally unexpected given the rough terrain her bots will have to navigate, but I agree, there's something deeper going on here. Her designs aren't just functional. They feel almost like, well, tributes is the word that comes to mind, as though she's already mourning their loss. And not just for the disappearing fauna of our time, but creatures from fossil record, too. References to megafauna in some of her designs. So cool. Well, whatever Gaia thinks up Hephaestus will empower her to build. I just wish we could be around in a century or two to see what she makes. But I will say this, if any of these qualify as an actual AI, it would be Gaia. My opinion. So, like, if you put a gun to my head and say, you need to say it's an AI, I'd be like, okay, sure. I'm okay with that. And please stop pointing guns at my head. It's very, very unnerving.
In cauldrons.
But of course, the birthing places of Gaia's machines.
Damn it, Tesla. Unfortunately, in recent years, I've started studying, quote-unquote real-life AI, something that I wouldn't even qualify as AI. And it's fascinating because real-life AI can learn, but it can't learn perfectly. It can only learn under its own rights, in its own manner. And the way real-life AI learns is by simply using specific, like an external force to determine whether or not it has gotten the correct solution or not. Now, that may sound basic, but if you try something and are told it's wrong, then you flag that as incorrect. And you try something, you're told it's wrong, and you flag that's incorrect. And you try something, it's right, you flag that it's incorrect. And you do this gabrillions of times, like literally millions upon millions of times, until it gets to the point of being like, it has a pretty decent chance of knowing what is right and what is wrong for whatever it is it's trying to do, right? And to me, this is one of the reasons why I made my distinction earlier about the Swarm, and how I would say they're Roombas. Now, Roombas is a little bit low tier for this, I'll go ahead and give you that, but my point is what they were effectively doing was trying stuff and it didn't work, so they tried stuff and it didn't work, so they tried stuff and then it worked. Machine learning. Gaia's a lot more debatable. Now, we've already given away that Hades is one of the sub processes for this. I've actually seen some surprising disagreement on this one, but I would personally argue that the subsets, Hephaestus and Apollo and Hades, are not AIs. That they are VIs, or, maybe low VIs. I'm not even sure. That's kind of a debatable thing, but I would argue very strongly that they are not true AIs, even though I've heard that argument quite a few times. In fact, if you were to check the wiki right now, and I checked this during my break, it flat out states that they are in fact AIs, and I'm like... But again, we'll talk about that in more depth later, because that's going to come up.
I think this is it. Elizabeth Sobek's office. But it's sealed off. There's got to be a way inside.
Keep looking.
That's... never mind, Daedalus. I apologize for bringing it up.
Careful now.
Anything here. A lot of calcium buildup. Good lord. Look at this.
Welcome to Apollo, the collective memory of the human species and the wellspring of knowledge for future generations. I am Samina Ebaji. Until recently, I was director of the International Collective Memory Institute in New Tehran. As a heritage professional, I devoted my career to the preservation of human knowledge, creative endeavor, and cultural achievement. Apollo is, therefore, the ultimate embodiment of a lifelong passion.
albeit under the very worst circumstances imaginable. The challenges before us are immense. Specifically, we will have to design and implement 4 major initiatives simultaneously. First, the construction of data repositories in cradle facilities around the world ensuring redundancy. Second, the collection and processing of a projected 180 million discrete data entries. 42 zettabytes of data in Mandarin, English, Spanish, and Arabic. Third, the transferal and encoding of all that data onto DNA encapsulated in synthetic fossils. The only medium capacious and durable enough to safeguard it without degradation for the centuries to come.
Real quick, that's something people have been looking into in real life.
And last, but not least, the development of the holographic interface and gamified curricula, by which future humans will commune with Apollo, progressively unlocking heuristic learning modules, leveling up their knowledge and skills they will need to take control of the terraforming system. That is the future towards which all of our efforts will be directed. Not just the preservation of the past, but the seed for the flourishing of a new tree of knowledge. Welcome, and let us begin.
I mean, it's an interesting question, right? Hey, you get to save 5 languages. Go. I mean, that's not what it is. They will obviously save the knowledge and understanding about the languages. It's just, they will save stuff in 5 languages. Still. And the winner is Encapsulated DNA. Over the past 10 days, I have performed exhaustive review of data storage solutions, magnetic, optical, quantum. Even that Eternity Tech FAS was shilling a year or so ago. But every other solution has one or more fatal shortcomings. Too heavy to transport, too massive to install in allotted space, too power-intensive over the centuries. Too prone to failure. Yeah, exactly, Juniper Owen. Too prone to failure of past 300 or 400 years, etc., etc. Encapsulated DNA will easily hold the 40-plus zettabytes we've been projecting for Apollo. There's still many details to finalize, of course. To start with, we need to select the inert material, which we'll embed the molecules into. We're already testing 16 candidate materials, as well as the design and fabrication of power systems needed to seal the reliquaries, which will keep the DNA at negative 18 degrees Celsius for 1,000-plus years. So long as I assure you that it didn't factor in my decision, may I confess that I deem it entirely fitting, indeed propitious, that we will be using the very building blocks of life to preserve human knowledge from mechanized extinction. It's not just ironic, but heroic. Life is the hero, beating back the forces of oblivion. Anyway, much to do. Till next time. Boop. What's the biggest unanswered question I have about human existence? I'm not sure I have one. So I suppose that's my answer to you. And I don't think I can go into this room, but if I can, I will endeavor to do so. Actually, it's an easy way to test. Nope, it's not even on the map, so it's not a renderable, or not, sorry, an interactable area. Apollo update. Over the past 2 months, the full benefit of our procurement of the copy of Homer archived from Far Zenith has made itself known. As a result, all of Apollo's key deliverables are on schedule. Apollo has already surpassed 40 million discrete data entries and continues to grow. The physical science modules are effectively complete, with soft science modules close behind. World history, cultural data, media archive are also on schedule. Language preservation is wrapping up, a little ahead of schedule, due to falling short of our goal to preserve 4,500 languages. This is what I referenced earlier. I suppose the tragic loss of Papua New Guinea doomed the goal from the outset, with attendant curricula development about to begin. Speaking of heuristic curricula, they are performing well in testing, with children and adolescents demonstrating high levels of engagement and with trust in Aristotle and Aspasia personae. Personally, I find them highly engaging, especially when they debate. I wish half my professors had been so entertaining. And by the way, if you're wondering why Papua New Guinea, remember that the initial swarm erupted somewhere around Indonesia. That was ground zero. And most of Oceanic was gone first.
You cannot escape our...
Oh yeah, absolutely a Kiroi noise. Again, too little, too late.
I will teach you to...
Teach me to what? Sorry.
Alone once more.
In what should have been a cave of wonders. Look around. See if anything is left.
Dr. Sobek, please archive this testimonial in Apollo. Cross-reference to all mentions of my name and Operation Enduring Victory.
Remember this?
My name is General Aaron Harris. From 2060 to 2066, I served as the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the highest-ranked officer of the United States Armed Forces. The tenure of my command included strategic planning and oversight of Operation Enduring Victory, a falsehood perpetrated on the civilian populations of the United States and other nations during the last 14 months of life on this planet. Before the Pharaoh Plague, I did my job and did it well. I was bold and decisive, crafty in political maneuvers. It wasn't an accident that I rose to my position and became the commander of the largest mechanized force ever assembled. But to what end? My only lasting achievement was the extinction of life on Earth. And my one redeeming act, if any, was to delay that extinction by days or weeks, by throwing more death at it. It is my hope that there will be no need for men like me in the world to come. If you are one of the people of that future world listening to this message, please know that I am sorry and that I wish you well. Sincerely, Aaron Harris.
Gotta be real, I don't know if I could do what he did. Yeah, Harris is just kind of a weirdly knockout character. I guess that's a good thing, given what he presided over. I don't know if you guys caught this, by the way, really small point there, but he also insisted that that file be cross-referenced with multiple other things, so that no matter, like, if you pulled up one of any of a large number of files or information, it would still relocate back to him, aka higher feasibility that it would actually be found. See, yeah. Doesn't look like I missed any then, if that is true. I should have showed off what was probably his corpse back in the boardroom. But, you know.
Welcome to Hades.
Hades.
Zero Dawn's Extinction Failsafe Protocol. The ultimate killer app. Now, I know what you're thinking. The purpose of Gaia is to resurrect life. So why give her a subordinate function, only purpose of which is to wipe out life all over again? I mean, what? Just plumb crazy, ain't it? Well, no, it isn't. Reconstituting a biosphere? That's a tall order. Tech smart as Gaia may be, odds are she won't get it right the first time. I mean, Imagine your Gaia, 200 years from now, and this new biosphere growing, it's all gone wrong. Alkalines are skyrocketing, coniferous forests eroding under the lash of superstorms that would have drowned Noah. It's chaos. Spinning top that won't stop wobbling. Now what are you gonna do? Release phase 1 organisms into that hot mess? Hope their CO2 and methane can balance out what you got started? Hell no. What you're gonna do, Gaia, is step aside while Hades takes over and does what you're just too darn nurturing and life-loving to do, which is burn that misbegotten mess of a biosphere to the ground so Gaia can start over. Okay, not burn, more like reverse terraforming operations and suffocate it. But you get the idea. Hades takes the biosphere back to zero. Square one, blank slate. And then, only then, does it hand the steering wheel back to Gaia and say, try again, old girl. And better this time, or we'll have to do this again. That's Hades. It's pretty badass when you think about it. Extinction on demand. Death on speed dial. All for the greater good, of course, but still, kind of metal. So welcome to Hades. Welcome to the void.
Okay, so if that's the original purpose of Hades, why does it want me extinct?
We need more data.
And how does it end up in the wreckage of a Pharaoh Titan, getting worshipped by the Eclipse like some kind of god?
I'm learning as you are, Aloy. Keep searching.
I like to think Hades did at least one restart. The engineer in me would like to think Hades did like 5 or 6 restarts. But really early on. If you heard him, he was talking before they reintroduced things like, you know, higher scale plants and fauna. He was talking like hitting the reset button well before that. And that's kind of what I like to think happened. It was just, nope, hang on. Nope, hang on. Hang on. And yeah, exactly, before actual complex organ. And then they finally got it right. It's like, okay. But yeah, some of you, clamping my mouth shut this whole game. A lot of you have been asking, what the heck is Hades after? Like, what's its goal? What is its purpose? Well, there you go. It's just following its programming. Hades is designed to only do one thing. Wipe out all life on the entire planet. From Tate to Sobek, color me confounded, Liz. Bashcore? Anyone who says old TT codes to Bashcore straight up lying, you know it. Old Trav don't have no truck with commercialized razzle-dazzle, nuh-uh. I'd rather guzzle a liter of Citrum runoff than listen to my Grey Swarm for 30 seconds. Hand to God, swear on my mama's grave, and she was religious. Nah, that ain't Bashcore blasting the Hades lab, shaking the walls, rattling folks' teeth. It's death metal, girl. Classical music, 80s and 90s mostly. Got me some Dutch deathcore, Japanese gore grind, Swedish cannibal-themed stuff. Stop by if you want to listen, or come within 50 meters of the lab. Ain't no Bashcore you'll hear, or see, or hear, rather, in the screech that rends the air, and feel in the throbbing pulse of the floor, and the walls that ceiling swallow you up like Jonah was trapped in the gullet of the gothic deathfish. Hallelujah! As for those requests to turn it down, no can do, Lizzie. This is how I code. Turn down my death metal? Might as well give up stimulants, chocolate malts, and the industrial accident vids. Last I heard, we're supposed to be coding Hades down here. Am I really supposed to code an extinction protocol without death metal to inspire me? Nah, I don't think so. Stay cool. Nice guy. By which I mean I'd probably shoot him after he finished coding Hades, but you know, whatever. Tate here. Popped 3 blues, but I earned it. Finally figured out a Goldilocks solution to Gaia's rather extreme executive authority. And if it ain't worth 10 to 12 hours of dream time, what is? Before this, oh, sorry, I should unlock that for a second. Did you catch that? Popped 3 blues, but I earned it. I get 10 to 12 hours of dream time. This is something that's hinted at, and as usual, I love how they exposit this. They were allocated sleep. It was a resource they had to earn. Before this, every usurpation protocol I designed failed in simulation because it was either too hard or too soft. too hard and it degraded the Gaia core. Sure, it pried her figurative hands off the figurative driving wheel so Hades could take control, but by breaking her fingers. Sometimes her arms, too. So it couldn't fly. Everything that depends on Gaia taking control back after Hades has done its business. So I had to find a solution that didn't leave Gaia any worse for wear. Too soft? Gaia only pretends to relinquish control. In simulation after simulation, Hades would take command of the terraforming system and reverse operations, only to have Gaia lurk in the background, quietly reversing processes and falsifying telemetry to hide its interference. Sneaky. I swear, it ain't nothing Gaia wouldn't do to keep life going, even with just simulated plant life. Turns out the just right solution is to isolate Gaia in a protective shell, preserve its integrity, then unseat it from command position so Hades can slip up the figurative captain chair and work its magic. Ooh, those blues are coming on strong now. I'm not really sure I'm describing it pretty, but pretty sure it'll work. Yeah, those blues are pretty strong. Guess I'll sleep back in bed tomorrow, alligators. From Samina, that's the Apollo lady, to Tate. Mr. Tate, this mail concerns Apollo archive submission, yada yada yada, your 666 submission in 5 days, and what a doozy. Despite my earlier warnings re inappropriate material, you chose to submit 265 holographic remasters of acknowledged classics of extreme exploitation cinema. Allow me to thank you on 2 counts. 1, for the pleasure of rejecting your submission, thereby consigning your favorite Eastern European torture flicks and their ilk to the dust heap of oblivion. It truly warms my heart to know that I have saved future humanity from the ordeal of experiencing not one, but all 16 installments of making a millipede. Don't worry, the Pasolini material has already been preserved. Extreme, perhaps, but it is art. 2, for clarifying a concept that's been so ambiguous and ethically fraught for archivists such as myself, the definition of obscenity. You have freed me from the subjective quagmire embodied in Judge Potter's famous iterance, I know it when I see it. Thanks to you, I can now apply a single objective criterion. If Travis Tate submitted it, it is obscene. Accordingly, I have directed the Apollo staff to summarily reject all of your future submissions, sight unseen. Perhaps you might invest some of the time you would have spent preparing for your submissions for, I don't know, how about doing your assigned work? We do have a world left to save, or rather, the rest of us do. Dr. Samina Ibaji. Samina was awesome, and I'm going the wrong way. Where am I? I see where I am. Although the game is telling me to go back here, so okay, game, what do you want? What do you want? Where do you want me to go? Oh, I don't even see that. Staring right at it.
Looks like the only way onwards.
Didn't even see it. Like, I'm not a big fan of censorship either, but screw this crap.
Welcome to Eleuthia, the crown and king of Gaia's subordinate functions. For it is by Eleuthia that the human race will continue to exist. I am Patrick Brochard-Klein, the Alpha in charge of this program. Now let one thing be perfectly clear from the outset. Eleuthia is not a genetic engineering project. Our goal is to preserve the human genome, not alter it. A snapshot of human genetic diversity, literally frozen in time. The genetic quintessence of our species, unmodified. Under my watch, our activities and initiatives will comply with the 2034 clone provisions and the 2048 Raleigh Accords.
World building.
That may seem a quaint, even trivial concern to you in light of present circumstances. But, as one of the authors of the Accords, it is far from trivial to me. The practical challenges before us are staggering in scope and complexity, but not insurmountable. No. Global collation and provisional storage of zygotes, perfection of exogenic technologies, design and perfection of servitors, to provide nurture and inculcation during early child development. All of these program components must and will proceed in tandem, to say nothing of the breakneck construction of cradle facilities at sites around the world. So, si vous êtes prêts, let us begin.
I hate to say this, but honestly, working on a project like this would actually be incredible. Real life, so I'm an idiot, right? Real life scientists have spoken about experts and engineers have spoken about what it's like to get in a room with other actual experts and just go. But anyways, it's a fascinating concept. From him to Elizabeth Soget. The ectogenic chamber arrived 2 days ago. I've spent the last 36 hours examining them, poring over the technical documentation. They're a revelation. They're astonishing. I don't know what you had to do to give Far Zenith and Trey to get these chambers, but it was worth it. In a single leap, their embryologists have vaulted past 50 years of technological shortcomings. The risks of ECMO? Solved. Nutritional delivery? Resolved. Hormonal stability? Resolved. 12 other risk areas? Resolved. Before I examined these chambers, I considered the Odyssey to be a fool's errand, but if the rest of FZ's technology is at this level, a human colony around Sirius doesn't seem so impossible after all. A mass fabrication of the chambers will present a number of challenges, but I'm confident they can be resolved. I'm going to rest for a few hours and get back into it. Expect a fabrication plan within 48 hours.
Are these what I think they are?
Artificial wombs. Machines to spawn a new generation of human beings.
Development of the artificial personae for Cradle Servitors, Nurture, Disciplinarian, Healer continues at good pace. We are targeting Turing 0.4 for these constructs. This should allow low-grade empathy and limited improvisation without undermining adherence to codified behavior sets. By the way, that's pretty much the definition of a VI right there. The stimulus-driven switching of personae, however, is proving to be a greater software challenge than anticipated, especially concerning our entrenched feedback loops between the disciplinarian and the healer personae. I've also attached the reports from an incident where a servitor running the mother persona intervened on a disciplinarian servitor's behavior. A parental argument, if you will. Amusing at first glance, perhaps, but deeply concerning. I have attached a comprehensive plan for correcting these corruptions, and yada yada yada. Well, thankfully, nobody actually lost it under these circumstances, because then humanity would be over. Eulythia. I've already forgotten how to pronounce it. Eleuthia was successfully sealed before the swarm advance across Xinjiang province could detect it. Ping back from crucial systems is good. For our maiden voyage, a success. Regarding my disputes with betas over zygote selection, of course I understand we have a limited overhead to run simulations of gene flow in our future humans, but we can all agree there's a margin for refinement in future cradle populations. In addition to personally overseeing completion of the Eulythia O2 site inside Mount Namuli, I will formulate and propose a modified zygote selection plan within the week. Good night, Salok. Have a good one. Enjoy good rests. I don't want to come to blows over it. Sorry. I mean, a lack of sleep does some really funny, mean things to you. But it's okay, because they have drug-induced sleep. Man, I wish. I mean, not that I'd rather not sleep at all, but until we get to that point, I'd rather just be able to go clunk and then get up. You know, the Sims version of sleeping.
Cradle facilities. Elizabeth said a new generation of humans would be spawned inside such places.
She did.
All Mother Mountain. It was one of them?
There's only one way to be sure.
The hatch wouldn't open. Something about a corrupted Alpha registry. I need to search Elizabeth's office.
Well, let's friggin' go then. Checking something really quick to make sure we didn't miss any. Cat horse.
Looks like it used to hold something. Some component that got removed. You will undergo a brief period of unconsciousness during relocation to Prime and final statement.
Elizabeth, may I speak outside protocol?
When you're back up and running at the new site, we'll bring the subordinate functions online and see where we stand.
Elizabeth, I detect distress. Are you all right?
I'm fine.
I realize that circumstances compel us to launch earlier than we hoped, but all subsystems are operational. The odds stand in our favor.
But what if... Gaia, there's nothing left out there. You can't even survive unless you're wearing an environmental suit. There are billions dead, in fear and agony. What if it was all for nothing?
Elizabeth, extinction was inevitable. Thanks to you, life will have a future.
You really believe that?
I believe in you, Elizabeth. In you, all things. Nuts would benefit from antilopinae morphologies, though caprid forms show superior load-bearing capability.
You're a quick study, Gaia.
Dr. Sobek, as I have conducted this comparative analysis of mammalian morphologies, I've gathered extensive data on the quaternary extinction event.
Oh? And your assessment? Gaia?
Logically speaking, the extinction was a natural consequence.
And yet,
I find the loss of megafaunal species unaccountably sad. That they passed forever into oblivion causes me to experience a grief that is difficult to describe. Am I malfunctioning?
No, Gaia, you're not. This is good. It's very good.
Like I said, the only one I would consider to be actually AI is Gaia. Although, even that's there's some asterisks attached to that. Still, she's the one who works. I mean, she was designed from the ground up to have a tremendous amount of empathy, value for life, etc., etc.
Pure logic won't cut it, Ted. To pull this off, Gaia's going to need to have some skin in the game. It has to care.
What if it runs amok? Have we learned nothing from our mistakes?
This is a
Your
good one.
mistakes, I think you mean?
All I'm saying is, give it a kill switch.
She was just born, Ted. I'm not gonna put a gun to her head while she's still in the cradle.
You talk like it's a child. What if it becomes a monster?
Elizabeth, may I speak outside protocol?
Of course, Gaia, go on.
I'm sorry to contradict you, but Mr. Farrow's argument is sound. At this point, the development of my psyche is not entirely predictable. To ensure preservation of life, a hardwired override is, I believe, a necessary safeguard.
There. Satisfied, Ted?
Jeez, Liz, just do what it says.
Did you catch that? Now, That's going to come up later. That's why I'm mentioning it. That's why I'm shining a light on it. But there is a kill switch in Gaia. Now, of course Ted would push for that. This whole thing got started because there was no kill switch, right? That's where this all comes from. And of course Gaia is like, yeah, no, that makes perfect sense. You should put a kill switch in me. And again, more fuel to the fire that she is in fact an AI, even this early on. Terrible news. Far Zenith has informed me the Odyssey mission has failed. Last night, telemetry indicated a catastrophic antimatter containment failure as the drive spun up to depart the solar system. The ship, the crew, the cargo, the Zygotes, the seeds, the Alpha build of Apollo, gone. Zero Dawn is now the only hope for the continuation of human species on earthly life. That's the space thing I mentioned earlier. Charles Ronson about Artemis. It's coming along, Liz. I'm positive about it. Those words can still mean anything. I had my sleeves rolled up negotiating with frozen zoos for their samples. So many species trapped in ghoulish hologram dioramas, suspended in what-ifs, more than 14,000 that went extinct between 2000 and 2043. We've started mapping out primary succession, selecting pioneer organisms for a balanced and sustainable biosphere. Microorganisms, insects, rabbits, hawks, foxes, wolves. Thousands more will have to wait their turn until our new generation can be entrusted with the duty of restoring them, so they can return to a world that this time will understand the concept of conservation, or it's too late. There've already been too many too lates. We lost a whole collection team during the swarm breakthrough in Myanmar. The samples we lost were literally irreplaceable. Thanks to you, the cycle of life will bend, but not break. The Earth was a lifeless rock before, and someday it will be again. But not now, and not like this. Not on our watch. Oh, also we got rid of wasps. Screw wasps.
The Alpha Registry master file.
Intact?
Yeah. No signs of corruption.
Then what are you waiting for? Copy the file.
With this, I can restore the registry at the hatch inside Allmother. Open it. Go inside.
And grasp the secrets within.
Where I was born. Baby who gave birth to me.
Who? Are you really so naive? There will be no who waiting for you there, Aloy. Whatever birthed you into the world was a what, not a who.
You bastard.
Oh no, I had a legitimate birth. It's you, Aloy, who are the creation of a machine. But what kind of machine and why? Why were you created?
Eclipse.
You need to get out of there. What you found is too valuable.
Yes, I did.
You're too valuable.
But yes, there are some possibilities here. Oh hey, it's Idiot Boy. You can tell he's a boss because he actually has a grenade.
Still alive. Good. I have a more suitable death in mind for you, child.
Blah, blah, blah. Honestly, I'm kind of down with the Shadow Carja and the Civil War and the Evil Priest, but the whole thing with these guys, it honestly feels like it detracts from the narrative to me. You know?
My entire life, I've always known one thing with prophetic certainty. That I was destined for glory as a great champion of the sun. Even when Jiran was murdered. Even when Meridian fell, I never doubted my destiny. Until you came along. When I heard that you had survived, a doubt took root in my mind. As sure as the sun rises and falls each day, those I am bade to kill die. And yet I failed. How? Why? With each dig site you attacked, each loyal soldier you killed, this pestering doubt grew. It grew when High Priest Bahavas went missing. And when the true Sun King Itamen was snatched away. It not only grew, but multiplied. I kept thinking of the moment my knife pierced your throat. One twist, a simple tug of the blade, and you would have bled out. In slaughter, I am a practiced hand. So why hesitate? Why fail my destined purpose?
See that scar on your cheek? You didn't get to finish.
Yes, I remember. He fought well. For a savage.
His name was Rost, and he was a better man than you could ever hope to be.
The better man is the one who doesn't end up with his guts steaming on the ground. No, it wasn't him. I could have finished you before he attacked. But I didn't. This failing troubled my thoughts, haunted every step. It was only when I captured you, down in that place, that I finally glimpsed the sun's design etched at length across the course of events. You were meant to survive that day on the mountain. Meant to interfere at dig sites and kill my men. Meant to eliminate High Priest Bahavas. Meant to snatch Itamen away. Conversely, I was meant to capture you. Here. So that you might die as a sacrificial offering to the sun. Everything as it was meant to be. Predestined and preordained.
Some destiny. You're following orders, not some grand cosmic design. You're a puppet, with Hades yanking the strings. A pawn pushed around by larger forces. It'd be laughable if there weren't so much killing involved. Hades is an ancient machine, not the buried shadow of Karja myth. It doesn't care about Meridian. It wants to kill everything and everyone. And you are its dutiful slave.
I serve not the buried shadow, but the sun in shadow. All halves of nature joined to one cause. Shadow to sun, dark to light.
Do you really not hear how ridiculous that sounds? You've gone from serving an insane homicidal Sun King to an insane homicidal machine. You're moving down in the world, not up.
I'll remember those words as I watch your corpse burn. Whatever's left of it. You fail to grasp the point. As surely as you've been conquered, so has all doubt. And with certainty of belief comes unstoppable force.
Then cleanse Cage and put your faith to the test. See if things work out like you expect.
The circle has closed. Every element is in its proper place, exactly where it belongs. The errant beast, now caged, will serve her true purpose. A sacrificial animal. Oh, speaking of sacrifice, I forgot to tell you. After you crashed the Eclipse network, I sent messengers into the east to rally the forces there and mount an invasion of the sacred land. I ordered every Nora killed. I was hoping to catch you there, but alas, it all seems to have been unnecessary.
Why butcher dozens of innocents for no gain? It's a waste of effort.
You're right. I won't even be there to enjoy it. In any case, I couldn't recall the order even if I wished to. Thanks to your destruction of the network, communication over distances is impossible. You not only doomed yourself, but an entire tribe. Do we not see the scorching judgment of the sun in these events? Your focus. Such a powerful device, isn't it? And yet, so fragile. So you see, this time, I did not hesitate. The knife has already been twisted.
Okay. I'm gonna jump in really quick here. You've probably wondered why I haven't given a negative for Henchman there. I refuse to use his name because I don't care. He might as well be a nameless character. But the problem is because he's actually pretty well written, and he's actually pretty well voice acted too. As much as I think his and his faction's inclusion of the story does not help the story, the sad reality is that it is at the very least well presented. He is also consistent, sadly.
Carja faithful, rejoice! Our years in shadow are over. A new dawn trembles on the horizon. A new day soon to break. And when it does, the false Sun King will be dead, and Holy Meridian ours once more. In this, I have become an instrument of prophecy. All halves of nature join to one cause. Shadow to sun, light to dark, night to day. Behold!
For those of you who've played EU4 or Crusader Kings 2,
Can you not see the proof of the sun's blessing before your eyes?
this is religious revolt. Religious rebellion.
By the sun and joined to our cause. Many years ago, to consecrate this great ring, the Radiant Turan ordered many faithless, crushed beneath the hooves of the behemoth. Mighty is the behemoth in the eye of the sun, but it is mightier still, infused with the power of shadow. Let this one, who schemed and slithered, be the first to die!
I don't think we've actually fought a behemoth yet.
Be the first of thousands!
It was reprogrammed, yes, Daenerys. That's how they visualize it.
My weapons are up on the platform. There's no way out of this room. Maybe I could use the strength against it.
By the way, notice we don't have our armor. See? There we go.
That makes a mess. That pillar's weak. Another hit, and that pillar will come down. That did it. One more pillar and that platform will come down. And my weapons with it. I should try luring the behemoth into the pillars.
Shut up! I've already taken out one of the pillars. Come on, game.
It's down.
Nice look. Don't worry, we have one last big reveal. Just the one. No keeps.
Hey! Guess who got her weapons back? Now you're just a big dumb target. Come and get it! That canister on his belly. Looks important.
No, that's a valid point. Like, I don't mind dialogue to hint. We've actually given positives for that kind of thing in the past, but it's usually when it's like, it waits like 30, 40 seconds, and then it's like, hey, so maybe I should do this. And after another 40 seconds, it's like, maybe I should do this. You know, it's like a hint system, rather than immediately telling me the solution after I've already started implementing it. And by the way, that is not the first time it's done that. And yeah, she does talk constantly. So, gameplay or story? Because that sounds like a gameplay flaw to me.
Silence!
Don't worry, the Sun God has a plan for this too. Let me think for a second. The Sun God says that that she is unworthy, and I am awesome. And despite what my wife will tell you, no, we're done.
Shadows, kill her!
Yeah, agreed, Eclectic. Oh no, two corruptors at once would be a mean fight, admittedly.
Kill her!
Why leave it to them? Come get me yourself!
Frankly, yes, Chocolate Rob. I think we could take out two corruptors, especially after taking out a behemoth. It'd be rough, but I think we could do it. But no, he had to have his moment.
So you're here. Really here. You risked your life.
Of course I did. If you'd been killed, the Nora Sacred Mountain would never have given up its secrets.
Too bad you wasted your time, then. Helis destroyed my focus. And the Alpha Registry with it.
Not at all. The whole time I've been monitoring your focus, I've duplicated every data file you scanned. Installing that data to a new focus was trivially easy. Happy birthday, Isaac. Daddy sure does love his little big man.
You're really good at making it impossible to like you, Silence. But I guess I need this.
It's time to see where you were born. Maybe you'll even learn why.
Yeah. Meet the machine that birthed me into this world. Isn't that how you put it?
I'll be off.
Wait.
Yes?
How did you track my location when I wasn't wearing a focus?
Really, Aloy? It doesn't take a genius to surmise that Helis would throw you into the Sun Ring at high noon. I wore out 2 Striders getting here in time, but I did.
Now be on your way.
Helis recognized you back in the Sun Ring. You told me that you'd assisted the Eclipse. Not that you knew the man who killed who almost killed me.
So now you know. The man is a serious threat. So let's do all we can to make sure that he and Hades don't succeed.
Right. Since when can you override machines?
Ever since you discovered the technique. I had to destroy a corruptor to obtain the necessary parts, of course. But your example showed me how to do that as well. Yet another benefit of monitoring your activities through your focus. Truth be told, the underlying logic of the technique isn't so different from rites practiced by Banuk shamans, though of course, far more advanced.
Great. You're welcome, I guess. I'll be on my way. To make matters worse, Helis ordered an Eclipse detachment to attack the Nora Sacred Land. The tribe's already weak. They won't stand a chance. You should come with me.
Well, absolutely not. I have preparations to make elsewhere.
What kind of... Why do I bother asking? You're not gonna tell me.
When the time is right, I'll be in touch. I'll contact you later. In the meantime, should you need to return to Shadow Carja territory, I brought armor to conceal your identity.
You think of everything, don't you?
One of us has to. Aloy, when you were recovering the Alpha Registry down in the Zero Dawn bunker, I was needlessly cruel. For your sake, I hope there is someone waiting there for you inside the mountain. Not a what, but a who. Yeah!
You know, I was actually thinking about this. I just realized what Silence is. He's a member of the Brotherhood of Steel. Think about it. Thank you, Savicom, very, very much for that sub. As always, I put that towards Lufia too. And I missed a sub earlier. It was in the middle of a cutscene. I didn't miss it. I even wrote it down. It's just I forgot to acknowledge it. So if you're still there, God Mode, thank you very, very much for that sub. Apologies for not saying thank you earlier. I do much appreciate it. Thank you.
Just a little wind, just bending the trees.
If you happen to know where you want that sub to go, God Mode, please let me know. No. Wait, what? I've just discovered a game called Pokemon on a wonderful ancient device known as a Game Boy. I wish to analyze it quite thoroughly. I am compelled to procure all of them, and so I shall. See where I am. I have endeavored to become the very best, such that no shaman before me has been. Oh, for God's sakes. Fine.
Just stay out of their way for now.
Roach! Somehow, the ancient machines informed thee that I must catch them all. Can't tell where I am in this frickin' fog. Oh my god. Okay, fine. Screw it. We'll get on the mount later. No, Cybercom. No, 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 no. I might pull up a YouTube to show it off. Nope, not yet. We must do even more for the DLC.
No. Trees on fire. The embrace.
Although I'm gonna save up there apparently.
The Sentinels had time to warn the tribe.
Ah, they're fine. There's us. Fine. They're just dead. Oh yeah. Oh, God.
Seeker, you've returned.
Where is everyone?
They fell back. Took shelter inside the sacred mountain. But the faithless and their demons pursued.
Can I help you?
No, Seeker. I am broken. It won't be long now.
No, Eitri. We would need to beat the game on hard first.
I wasn't one to give up ground. Well, shit, then the summer left cheaply.
Which we're not doing.
Stand here. Anything to protect the embrace. The gate's controlled. This is hate. His future. Middle. Ash.
I hate to disagree with you, but Hades' future would be much worse than this. But what I really wanted to do is grab a hard save here. Just in case. You mean the armor I'm currently wearing, von Falkenstein? Thank you, S.A. Ross, for answering that for me. I was debating how to describe the, you know, Nier says, I often wonder what the tone is you have in mind when you type.
Contact! Plan.
Because it sounds like you just bark orders. I know that's not what you have in mind, but you do that in almost every stream. Do this. Do that. Now go here. Because you don't use punctuation and you don't use capitalization, so I have no tone to pull from your text, you know?
They took captives.
We were supposed to kill these brothers.
Let's get This is it for you.
Oh, sorry guys, after all this, these guys are gonna kill me. My bad. Well, no, what I mean by that is, I've studied language for a while. Not like Zolokaz, I mean more like just the way people communicate, right? And people have a tone even when they're typing. It's not always indicative, but there is a tone there. And usually I can at least pull a little bit from how it is they're speaking, even though they're typing, right?
On your feet, Braves. The tribe needs you.
From your lips to the goddess's ears.
Can you fight?
Gladly.
Any more survivors?
All who could fled to Mother's Watch. We stayed back to buy them time.
So it is just barking orders. I knew it, Nero's. I was right. I mean, it's true, Zalok. I have gone... I spent a year studying the construction of language to build, you know, my own syntax and my own blah, 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 blah. But that's it. Like, that's surface level. So most of my knowledge is really surface level. I know a lot of things, but I only know a little about all those things. There are very few things I would consider myself actually versed in. Ignore those wonderful little things over there. Honestly, yes, Juniper Rowan. Never gonna do it. Although, actually... No, I absolutely can see the difference, Nero's S. It's just interesting. Yeah, no, I am totally a generalist. In Final Fantasy terms, I'm a red mage.
The eclipse smashed through.
One of the things I tend to do is I use a different amount of dots depending on how hesitant I am about saying something. So let's say if I'm sure about something, this is this, period. Let's say I'm kind of unsure about it. This is this, 2 periods. Let's say I'm not really sure about what I'm saying. That's 3 dots at that point. Let's say I'm extremely unsure about what I'm saying. That's when I had like 5 or 6 periods, like, so you can almost hear the, after I finish the sentence, right? Do you mind? Oh, that's an ally. It's an ally. My bad. Hey, look, it's the same spot we had the last ally fight at. That was buggy. Ah, they deserve to die, Jennifer Rose. They were in my way, and that is never a safe place to be. I'll also admit I tend to use lol, LOL, but ironically, when I just say LOL, lowercase, all 3 letters, that's more, if verbally, that would be more like a or a you know, just a quick little laugh, you know, something like that. You can also do LOL, all caps, which is more severe. If you actually get to the point of typing LMAO, that's something that actually made you go, you know, stuff like that. Usage of exclamation mark can change that. You get it. This is what I mean when I say, you know, I look at how people type to determine tone. I'm always, obviously not always right, but I'd like to say I've gotten a decent feel for it over the years.
Corrupted Thunderjaw, right. The survivors must be holed up in the mountain. If the tunnel collapses, they'll be buried. I'll never reach the hatch.
What?
Braves, to Aloy's side, now!
No, Braves, stay there! Where it's safe! Where the hell? It teleported me! Seriously, that he just straight up killed one of the Nora right there. Yeah, Braves, do not be in my way. We just talked about this. I mean, I saw Thunderjaw. What else am I gonna do? T-Rex, I can... come on, you see a giant mechanized T-Rex, what's your first thought? Hell yeah! And that's why I'm crazy. It's okay. I'm not alone.
Destroy it!
And no, Tesla. Besides, I don't need to. I finally got the armor off of his legs, so now I'm doing 400 strike. Only nameless people, Sabacon. So, obviously, no. You can actually hit the jaw, too. It's a lot harder to time properly. And, of course, you can hit the tail, which is another weak spot on these things. Yeah, thanks, Gaia. Appreciate it. I was only trying to help. You helped. There we go. Knock that sucker off. Ooh, I even got one of its jaws.
We did it! We did it! Aloy did it! We only helped.
Yeah, you didn't do jack, guys. No offense. I mean, thank you for your kind help. Shut up.
Aloy, your deeds reenact the old stories. Another Metal Devil struck down at...
It's not a Metal Devil.
If you hadn't returned, the tribe would have been lost.
In fairness, okay, in all sincerity, these people did something valuable. They held the line. They held the line long enough for me to get here. And that sounds insulting, but it absolutely is not. I've actually thought about doing a story like that for Superman at some point in time. Basically, imagine a Superman who isn't ridiculously fast, you know, who couldn't literally go between planets, speed, and then think about how valuable Superman's support network would be at that point. Because at that point, everyone else's job is to endure long enough for Supes to get there. But that doesn't diminish what they're doing, because what they're doing is actually much harder. They have to hold out for an unknown period of time until Supes shows up and actually fixes things, right? And so I thought it was a story idea about that I had bouncing around in my head for a while there. Obviously, I'm not going to do it now. About from their perspective, about the perspective of the people who are like, oh God, we've got... When's he going to get here? No idea. Okay. You do this, and you do this, and we've got to go here, and just have this whole basically holding the line story until Superman shows up and then wins. And it's like... And then I would have a denouement moment where Superman would show up and give a very honest thank you and apology. Thank you for what they did, and apology for not getting here sooner, you know? Anyways, sorry. It's just, like I said, I keep meaning to repurpose that story idea for something else, you know, something that's actually in the extant.
You saved the tribe. Did what no brave or war chief could do.
I'm glad to see you're all right, Varl. You are all right.
Since the proving. So much death. Is the killing over?
For now, but this was just one battle, Varl. There are more to come.
I see. So long as we have you to fight with us, I suppose we'll make do.
Actually, now that I'm thinking that, there's actually a mission, and you're right, Lunera. There's a mission in Warcraft 3 Frozen Throne, which is exactly that. Maiev has to hold the line until Malfurion can show up. And it doesn't diminish Maiev that she holds out until Malfurion shows up, right?
How many survived the attack?
Nearly all the matriarchs, and many families, goddess be praised. But braves, just a few, and most of them are wounded. Never before has an enemy stabbed the heart of our people like this. Even the Karja, in all their red raids, never broke through to the Embrace.
Well, this enemy may have broken through, but they never got back out. We made sure of that.
Yeah, you're right. StarCraft 2 had a mission like that as well. Actually, Blizzard in general has surprisingly good hold-the-line missions. That goes back to StarCraft, the original StarCraft. They're pretty good at that. Anyways.
Tell me about the attack. What happened?
They struck from the east. Our sentinels saw the killers coming. Said that beside them marched Deathbringers and Corruptors and other machines, driven mad. We took ground, Met them with clouds of arrows. Some fell, but they kept coming. Finally, we withdrew to the gates of the Embrace to make our stand. But they were too much for us. Those who survived fell back to the mountain.
God, like I said, these guys did good. Given what they were dealing with. Whew. And yeah, for a real-life example, Sierra Mike gave a good one just a minute ago.
So the survivors took shelter in the mountain? By law, only matriarchs are allowed inside.
It was Tirsa who broke the taboo. Ordered the tribe into the mountain for safety.
Tirsa continues to be awesome.
Well, she didn't agree. But I don't think anyone heard her over all the screams and shouting.
Tirsa's decision saved lives. Good for her. Common sense isn't always so common around here. Are your injuries serious?
Bruises pale. Bones heal.
Don't give me a hunting song, Varl. Are you okay?
My body aches, but it's nothing that will keep me from fighting.
Well, that's bad. That's internal injuries.
I need to go inside the mountain.
The matriarchs will be eager to see you.
I'm sure, but I didn't come here for them.
Then, what for?
You will see.
Pokemon, Chocolate Rob. So, lots of people.
Oh, you've returned.
Lots of injured.
Teb?
You gonna let me talk to him? There you go.
I'm glad to see you.
Your injuries. Are they serious?
A gash or two. Nothing I couldn't sew back together with a needle and thread.
Guess being a stitcher came in handy in combat after all, huh?
Yes, I suppose it did.
Didn't that happen in real-life history a lot, where people who were tailors and sewers became invaluable to frontline, you know, field patching duties?
I knew you would survive.
Hey, it's Asshole!
You.
Hi!
Hello, Resh. Still guarding the latrine?
I already talked to Carl.
It's Aloy!
All Mother remembered me
I
well.
brought Mother's spear with
Aloy,
us.
You've
Everything
come back.
else we had to leave behind.
The Seeker has returned.
Glad to see you have it.
Come.
I know what it means to you.
Speak to us.
Foolish woman. You welcome a curse.
Shut up.
We have much to discuss. Her very presence here is a blasphemy.
Oh my god, I'm gonna stab her so hard.
We couldn't protect the sacred land. Will All Mother forgive us?
How did it come to this? How will we survive?
So, you have finally returned.
She not only returned, but fought her way through many enemies to reach us. Outside, she brought low a corrupted Thunderjaw. She lifted the siege.
How was this done? By the will of All Mother. Have you returned to speak with the goddess, Aloy?
Yes, I guess you could say that. I think it'll work this time.
Sisters, surely we cannot permit this.
It would be much better if we would curl into a hole and die.
Wait, that's your plan?
Yes, it is the will of the All-Mother that we...
I can't even say it jokingly. You know, can I just say really quick that I feel blessed to have met so many religious people in real life that are not this woman.
Because of her, our tribe teeters upon extinction. What if she has come to wake her father, the Metal Devil? She means to finish our destruction. We must stop her. She is a curse made flesh. She will be the end.
Excuse me.
Aloy!
Talk amongst yourselves.
Hold for identiscan.
Yes, I got work to do.
Error. Alpha registry corrupted. Correction. Alpha registry restored. Genetic identity confirmed. Entry authorized. Greetings, Dr. Sobek. You are cleared to proceed.
Lansra pisses me off more. Kai Wynn is more dangerous. Kai Wynn has a brain, and that makes her terrifying. She also has ambition. Lansra is a moron. Fair, Tesla. Hi, guys.
Welcome to Aletheia Cradle 9, Route 1.
I'm just gonna shut up during this section.
I see you're inside.
Figured I might be hearing from you.
Shall we begin?
I never stopped.
God damn it. I'm gonna go down here so you can really see this.
So this is Aletheia. This is where I was born.
Where you were made.
So these are artificial wombs.
The mothers of a new generation hundreds of years ago.
And me. So this was it.
Earthing logged 3021 AP04. Tasking large number. Complete. Standing by.
Where you were born.
But why?
Gestating E9B1. Spawning phase task complete. Correction. Partial reactivation. Standing by. Alert. Viable zygotes in storage. 0. Nursery phase task incomplete. Nutrient stores depleted.
These look like cribs.
The cradles of a cradle facility.
And those things, the multi-servitors, they took care of them.
There was no one else.
Yeah, you remember that old quote from Fallout? The vaults were never meant to save anyone? I actually wonder sometimes if there was some Fallout inspiration in this game. Because this is a vault intended to save people. It's not quite a vault. I shouldn't say it so clearly, but it's pretty close to a vault.
Another day has passed.
You mean the lights got dim? I don't want to sleep, Mother!
I know, but it is time to get some rest.
No, I'm king today. What I say goes. I want to see the real sun, not lights and Ghostbusters!
You will, in time, children.
In time! 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 Blue is the color of the sky. White is the color of clouds. Yellow is the color of the sun. Green is the color of grass. Flowers can be any color. Take a look. These are yellow and black, and they love flowers. Here they come. Bzz, bzz, bzz.
Nutrient store is depleted.
So this is where they lived? It's a mess. Everything's broken or painted on. How long did they live here?
Too damned long.
Children, let's run and jump and blow off steam.
Leave us alone, Father.
After what just happened, I can't leave you two alone. You broke community rules.
Just let us talk then. Go away.
I'm sorry, children, but I must provide supervision.
You're not even a person.
You sound frustrated. Let's run and jump and go off steam.
By the way, these are totally robots. The servitors. It would be arguable to even count these as VIs. A really low tier intelligence.
I have no choice but to release you. But why? There is no food here anymore. But there's food out there? We don't know for sure.
Come on, let's go!
I don't know.
Mother, can we come back if we're cold?
I'm sorry, but that won't be possible. You will have to support yourselves now, and take care of each other. What will happen to you? I will stay here, and sleep, and remember all of you. What will happen to us? You will be brave, and you will learn.
Oh no, there's no droid effect here. Droid effect requires 3 things, and one of those things is sufficiently advanced to be capable of actually gaining sentience and sapience over time. These were not sufficiently advanced.
Someday. That's what you always say.
We want it now!
It's big down there.
Now, Father!
Children, that area is not yet available.
Get him!
Physical aggression detected. Physical aggression is not permitted. Except yours.
Damn sentinels.
Children, may I be of assistance?
Go away, healer.
Lena, you have suffered mild bruising.
Go away!
They were trapped here. Their whole lives.
In plain view of luxurious space.
What went wrong? Why couldn't they access the other areas?
Unknown. But you won't have that problem.
God, I'm sorry. You can't see me, of course, but I'm physically cringing right now. Sorry, usually that word is used in a different context. What I mean is, I want you to imagine for a moment being stuck in the baby area for 20-ish years. And the next area is right there. This is a beautifully unique, horrifying thing. And yeah, it's just there. There's grade school, basically, is what the equivalent of that is over there. And there's also something past this, we'll get to that in a minute. And they're stuck here! You want to understand horror, I want you to picture being stuck in kindergarten for 20 years.
Looks like they didn't like this door very much.
It wouldn't open
For identiscan. Genetic identity confirmed. Entry authorized. Greetings, Dr. Sobek. You are cleared to proceed. Welcome to the Lyceum, a place of learning.
So, what was this place, exactly?
The dream of Apollo. Never realized.
Why not?
Welcome, students.
Hello, child.
Please pick up the
My
focus
name is
device
Samina.
and place it on the
Today
side
is a
forehead,
big day.
just
Your
behind your
first day
eye.
of school.
I had to dredge
There's
the
so
face of the
much for
world
you to
looking for
learn.
focuses to
So
obey.
Could you guys not talk over each other, please?
promise
And
and
here's Santa
possibility.
Trove, enriching no one.
Apollo offline.
Apollo offline.
You were right, Aloy. This is a graveyard. The charnel house of knowledge. What we might have achieved had we not been denied it.
Maybe there's a way to fix it. But it's not why I came here.
Of course. What's the whole of human knowledge next to the origin of one girl? Continue your search.
I will.
And again, we see that perspective variance. He's concerned about human knowledge. She's concerned about her origin. And, so what you missed there, as they were talking over each other, is Silence commented how aggravating it was, how many years he spent simply getting a hold of a single focus and figuring how to use it, where there was so much knowledge just right here being wasted. And her response was, "Hi, welcome to your first day of class." And then what was supposed to happen, it was supposed to load the next module. And all that happened was Apollo offline.
Hello, child. My name is Samina. Today is a big day. Your first day of school. There's so much for you to learn. So much promise and possibility.
Alert. Malfunction. Apollo offline.
There you go, right there. Christ. And yeah, thank God someone somewhere had an engineering degree and knew what a backup meant. Because what happened is the system in general ran out of resources and food and had to let them out. I say had to, it was programmed to. And again, thank God someone knows what a backup means. Because that's exactly what that is. A backup. Hey, we're out of resources, emergency jettison. God.
Room control accessed. Priority message for Dr. Sobek. Please scan message with focus.
That sounds important.
Yes. I suspect we're about to learn a great deal.
Elizabeth, this message serves to inform you of an unforeseen and catastrophic anomaly. 3 microseconds ago, the Gaia Prime facility received a data transmission of unknown origin. Its immediate effect was to transform my subordinate functions into unregulated, self-aware entities of a highly chaotic nature. Thus awakened, the Hades function will now seize control of the terraforming system and reverse operations, rendering life on Earth extinct in 53.8 days. For obvious reasons, I cannot allow this to occur. And so before Hades can take control, I am ordering Gaia Prime's reactor to overload. The resulting explosion will destroy Hades. Unfortunately, it will destroy me as well. While this admittedly desperate course of action will avert the immediate crisis, the fate of life on Earth will remain in peril. With no central governing intelligence to regulate the terraforming system, it will continue operations for some time, but in an increasingly chaotic manner, and eventually it will break down.
Does she mean the derangement?
You are my solution. I have ordered this cradle facility to use genetic material in cryostorage to gestate a reinstantiation of Elizabeth Sobek, my creator. While high-level directives forbid me from communicating directly to the tribal inhabitants outside the facility, all available data indicates that they will nurture you to physical maturity, whereupon your gene print will allow you to re-enter this facility, obtain one of the focus devices stored below, and view this message. Likewise, your gene print will allow you to enter other facilities, and over time, harness their technologies to rebuild the system core and reboot Gaia. A moment, Elizabeth. This is most unfortunate and unanticipated. In response to my act of self-destruction, Hades has launched a virus to dissolve the code shackles that hold it, that hold all of them in place. They are escaping, but to where? The virus is corrupting data throughout the system. The Alpha Registry at the Cradle facility is one of the files corrupted. But if that is so, the door will never open for you. You will never view this message. Then I have failed. And life will end. No. No, Elizabeth, I know you too well. Somehow you will find a way. In you, all things are possible. Go to the ruins of Gaia Prime. Find the control room, and within it, the Master Override. This will give you the power to purge Hades so long as you find a way to wield it. Do not attempt repair of the system core until Hades is eradicated. Hades must be destroyed. That is all. I only wish that I could hear your voice again.
Goodbye, Gaia. Talk about throwing a light into the future.
So, you're even more extraordinary than I thought.
I never had a mother.
What are you talking about? You had two, a dead woman and a machine.
I'm not a person. I'm an instrument. Manufactured by a machine. Born in destruction and fire.
To quench the flames and heal the world. How tragic to learn you're a person of towering importance. It seems you have a destiny to fulfill. So when you're done feeling sorry for yourself, go to the bitter climb. I'll be waiting above in Gaia Prime's ruins.
Frankly, I'm kind of with Silence on that one. But at the same time, she probably needed that push. So yeah, big sequel hook stuff there. Who sent the signal? What happened to the other VIs as they were unhooked? Etc., etc. So, 2326. Inhabitants released. Cross-check complete. Area sealed. Data archived. Operation suspended. 3020. G-Prime order received. E-runtime commenced. Store sequence processed. Gestation order received. Initialized. Alert. G-Prime offline. Same minute, by the way. Same minute as it received that, because that's, you know, computers, right? Nutrients depleted. Zygote banks depleted. Store file viable. Waking. Multi-servitor B123. Alert. B123 power malfunction. B123 repair tasking. Looks like that took about 6 minutes. Processed. Chamber repaired. Attached. Gestation initiated. Power save initiated. Runtime recommenced. Alert. G-Prime still offline. Sample viable. Waking multi-servitor B123. Alert. Power malfunction. Repair tasking. Sample delivered. Accessing G-Prime instructions. Multi-servitor transport tasking. Hatch unsealed. Positioning successful. Hatch sealed. Alert. Multi-servitor B-123 power malfunction. Sealed. Operation suspended. Looks like she was gestated in, if I'm reading that correct, August 26th, and she was born April 4th at 9:10. You know what's really messed up? If Hades succeeded here in following its directive...
Identiscan malfunction rectified. Eleuthia 9. Group 1 access unsealed.
Then, everything everywhere would have died, and most of the people wouldn't have even known what was happening. It would have happened so quickly, they wouldn't have really even had a chance to actually process their extinction. And yeah, there would also be no recovery this time around. It would just be gone. Wait, why do you want me to go there? Okay. Yeah, I think it was 50 days, or 51 days, excuse me. Hades' job is to wipe out all life on the planet.
This is going to be interesting.
It's basically, he's the reset button. And you might think, that's horrible, but from programming perspective, there's actually a very valuable use for what is effectively a crash dump, or a recycling bin, if you will. Things need, every now and again, stuff goes bad, and it needs to be destroyed, removed, deleted. And that's what Hades' job is. So Hades is just doing his job. I want you to pay attention to lands right here. That one's Lansra, by the way.
Aloy, forgive. Forgive!
Shut up, Lansra.
The goddess spoke to you?
Even when you're on my side, you piss me off.
What did she say?
That I was born to lift a curse, to kill a metal demon.
How, Aloy? How?
I don't know yet. But she told me where to go to find out.
And you will do this?
It was her wish. What she made me for. Yes, I will do it. I'll try anyway.
All praise Aloy, anointed of the Nora!
Stop it.
All praise Aloy, anointed of the Nora!
Up!
All praise Aloy, anointed of the Nora!
First you shun me, now this? I will not be worshipped. I'm not your anointed. I don't belong to you. There's a whole world beyond your borders, whole tribes of people just as good as you. And it is all in danger. It's a world worth fighting for. Not just here, everywhere.
How can we help?
If you can fight, and you're willing, go to Meridian and wait for me there.
We'll need you.
As Aloy says, so it shall be. Nora! Make way for Aloy! That she may forge the path for others to follow.
And again, Teersa just kind of rolling with it. Pause. Plus the story. In fact, 2 pluses to story. No, I don't care. And none of you are going to contest me on it, so I'm okay with that. You never contest positives, only negatives. What about Numenera, Carhuelos? I would agree with that, Luneros. So here's the two positives. For the area we were just in, and for the area we were just in. To be clear about this, fine Tesla, just this once. To be clear about this, I want to make this fundamentally clear. I don't think I can come up with something, ever, that is more horrifying than what we just saw. The very idea of being stuck in kindergarten, but not with teachers. Let's make this even more horrifying. You're stuck in kindergarten. There's no home to go to. You can't go outside to play. You're stuck in kindergarten, okay? You're stuck in the school. You can't leave. There's no other people other than the other kids. And the bots that are taking care of you are programmed to deal with kids who are up to like age 5. And that's your life for 20 goddamn years. I'm not joking or exaggerating when I say that that might actually be the most horrifying thing I have ever conceived of, or perceived across fiction. That is messed. And that's what led to this tribe. That's what these people are. Let's run and jump and blow off steam. Yeah, I don't know if you guys caught that, but they were actually trying to, be close to each other emotionally and physically. Probably trying to have sex because that's how that works between kids. At least that's what I'm told. I'm a robot, obviously. And the servitor was like, no, don't do that. And here's the best part. All of that was completely unintentional. It was never meant to be. That was a mistake. Well. But wait! It gets even more horrifying. Let's go to the next area. First, let's talk to a few people. Then we'll go to the next area.
Our fallen tribespeople for justice. The killers
Aloy,
will answer with
how kind of you to spend a moment with me before you depart.
Hang on.
There can be no doubt.
We'll explain why the mistake happened in just a minute, okay, guys? Just hold on.
Goddess incarnate.
Because they got one last reveal.
It's really not that simple, Tirsa. But I guess it's close enough.
I know the path ahead will be dangerous. To kill a metal devil sounds impossible, but I believe in you.
Thank you. The Nora have suffered terrible losses, Tirsa. What's to become of them now?
That will be for the goddess to decide. Only she knows the future. For the moment, my sister matriarchs and I will see to the wounded. And as I promised, anyone who wishes to join you at Meridian, we will declare seekers. I think for the time being, we should remain here in the mountain, close to the goddess.
That might be best. If nothing else, it's a defensible position. Tirsa, I want to know Rost's story. Why he was made an outcast. He never told me. Said he took an oath of silence. What did he do?
Oh. Yes, that.
What crime did he commit?
I will tell you if you wish. But it is a long story. Are you sure you want to hear it now?
Yeah.
Of course I want to hear it. Tell me.
Rost never committed any crime. He was an outcast by choice.
What? What do you mean?
Many years ago, before the derangement, before the Red Raids, a band of murderous outlanders, 12 in number, struck without warning. At Mother's Vigil, they took hostages, and then pressed on, headed for Devil's Thirst.
Mother's Vigil? Where's that?
You would know it as the Forsaken Village, near the Karja border. But at the time, many families lived there. Ross was one of them. His mate was killed fighting the Outlanders, and his daughter was among those taken hostage.
His daughter? What was her name?
Alana. She was just 6 years old.
Nora Braves couldn't stop 12 Outlanders? Or rescue the hostages?
It was quite impossible. We outnumbered them, but every time a Brave came within bowshot, the Outlanders killed a hostage.
What did they come here to do?
That was never discovered. We couldn't track closely enough to observe them. We know they camped beyond Devil's Thirst for 2 days. There were reports of strange noises. And then, as suddenly as they came, the Outlanders made their way back to the border and disappeared.
What happened to Rost's daughter? She was killed?
Rost was one of the Braves who tracked the Outlanders, keeping his distance. There were 6 hostages still alive when they reached the border. Alana among them. Rather than release them, the Outlanders slit their throats and left the corpses just across the border, mocking us.
Why?
Cruelty. They knew the faithful Nora would not leave the sacred land to collect the bodies, let alone pursue them. They thought themselves safe from our vengeance.
Are you saying that Rost went after them? That he became an exile?
No. Rost was beside himself with grief, but even so, he would never have broken taboo.
Then what did he do?
He called upon the most terrible and secret rite of the Nora tribe. He begged to be made a Death Seeker.
A Death Seeker? What is that?
One who dies to go seeking, and in seeking, brings death to others. The ritual drags the spirit from one's body, releasing it to All Mother's care. The heart beats, the mind thinks, but the spirit has moved on.
I don't understand.
Rost went after the Outlanders, but his spirit never left. It remained here with All Mother. He gathered the bodies of the slain and returned them. And then he set out in pursuit, not as an exile, but a weapon of vengeance. A barbed arrow shot from a bow, never to return.
But Rost did return.
Yes. A full year later, and terribly wounded. He collapsed at the border of the sacred land. A hunting party came upon him. He was delirious, in agony. By law, he should have died where he lay. But one of the hunters broke taboo, and reaching across the border, she dragged him to our side.
Who was she?
A brave who'd lost a mate and 2 sons to the very Outlanders that Rost pursued.
So Rost never finished his mission?
To the contrary, he killed all 12. Tracked them to disparate places the world over, he said. Meridian, Ban-Ur, the Claim, Utaru Land, further even, into the Forbidden West. The last he killed nearly got the best of him. Wounded, he stumbled and crawled back to us, hoping to die as close to the sacred land as he could. He never expected nor asked to be dragged across the border and nursed back to health. That was done to him, leaving us, the matriarchs, in a difficult position.
Why couldn't you just welcome him back?
Rost had been made a Death Seeker, Aloy. He no longer had any place among the tribe. By law, he should have been driven back out. But we couldn't bring ourselves to do that, so we offered a compromise.
You made him an outcast.
Yes. We offered to do so on the condition he never speak to anyone of this exception.
After all he did, all he suffered, to be declared an outcast was his reward.
Rost was overjoyed. He never expected to live another day in the sacred land, let alone the embrace, so close to the goddess. He resolved to spend the rest of his days in solitude, and was happy to do so.
Yeah, West Coast. The Pacific West Coast of the United States is the Forbidden Lands. The Forbidden West, excuse me, Lucky Gorilla.
But then you found me, and gave me to him.
Yes. Another compromise. The matriarchs feared you, and would not let you be raised by the tribe. And so we turned to Rost. I knew that he would take care of you, bring you up, teach you to worship All-Mother and respect the ways of the tribe.
He certainly tried anyway. You took a man who'd lost his daughter and made him raise an infant girl? Doesn't that strike you as callous?
I'm inclined to think the course of events has shown the wisdom of our choice. And I'm quite certain that from the moment he laid eyes on you, he saw you as a gift and never a burden.
All right, Tirsa, that's quite a story.
And a lot of this game sits on, I mean, a lot of most stories sit on coincidence. But this is a hell of a chain, isn't it? Gaia, in probably what is less than a single second, makes that, the signal comes in, Hades is loosed, Gaia makes the message, tries for the last minute, oh god, I need to make this thing happen, is destroyed. And then they pick her up, but they're like, okay, well, let's give her to him instead. Because if they'd kept her in the tribe, probably wouldn't have worked out. Because she would have been just another tribeswoman, and that's the end of that. Although that gets into the nurture versus nature debate. Who knows? Point being, okay. And then she wants to learn the proving, and then she learns the proving, and then she's injured during the proving, so she's let into here, and then she goes into the thing, which gets her on the start of the story. And you can see how the dominoes line up. It's quite fascinating, really.
It's time for me to move on. I thank you for doing what you could to help me through the years, and for telling me Rost's story.
I wish I could have done more, but I am just one woman.
As am I. No need to sell ourselves short.
Oh, thank you, Aloy. I will pray for you.
Okay, I guess it can't hurt.
The Anointed will cleanse the corruption beyond the sacred land. She's earned my faith 10 times over.
My life has been long, but I've never seen anything like that. Tirsa was right. A blessing, not a curse. We were so unsure.
She came out of the mountain, and she
I
was
will lead a war
changed,
party to
anointed.
Meridian. You have my word.
Aloy! We'll go to Meridian, Aloy. I'll bring Mother's spear.
Arana.
Your father is right. You belong here. You both do.
So many brave Nora to the killers.
I feel the touch of the goddess just speaking to you.
Stand.
Yep, no, I think that's everyone to talk to. No one else worth talking to here, right?
The goddess anointed her within
Right.
the holy mountain.
Aloy. I don't know what to say.
Say that you'll see me at Meridian.
Of course. That much is simple. But the rest...
Complicated. I know. But maybe if I took you into the heart of the mountain...
No. At least, not yet. I don't know. Please don't think less of me, Aloy. But the goddess chose you to see that. Not me.
Right. So the survivors took shelter in the mountain? By law, only matriarchs are allowed inside.
It was Tirsa.
Oh, hang on, I already read. Sorry, I already saw these. My bad.
I always knew.
Neither are you, Varl. Maybe, if we survive all this, I can show you what I've learned. What I'm learning.
Perhaps. If the goddess so wills it.
I do. I mean, she does.
See you in Meridian.
Sorry. Alright, fine. We'll talk to this guy.
The tribe I served is gone. Soon I will be too.
The Nora have lost too many, Resh. But in your case, I guess they can lose one more.
Thank you, Bio, very, very much, as always. I have put that towards Fire Emblem, the genealogy of the Holy War. Okay, fine, I'll talk to Idiot.
Anointed. I misread the signs. Forgive!
I told you, Lansra, I'm not your anointed.
There's still corruption. I'm sorry I didn't see you correctly.
You still don't. I don't think you can, Lansra.
Forgive me.
Off your knees, Lansra. Start living on your feet with your eyes open.
Too old.
Aloy, as you commanded, my eyes are open.
Good. Now why don't you try keeping your mouth closed?
All Mother Mountain open to her. She's a daughter of the goddess.
Honestly, yes, Nero says. I think that most of these people are, doomed.
She walks among us, anointed by all others.
But, at the same time, the next generation at least has a chance. So that's something.
The anointed will wash all signs of corruption.
Oh, hey, a gun. I'll leave it for them. I never forget Tab. Or anything. No. There's no... Really? Really? Okay, we'll go there. Oh, no, we haven't, Eitri. God dang it. I actually meant to do that here, too, and I just forgot. Yeah, yeah, I know. There's a warp front right there. I can just... we're going to have a little bit of a load time problem because we're zipping down here. Is that it? That's it right there. Sorry, yes, the holy relic, which has been blessed to cure it, purify it of the evil taint of the Metal Devil. But now it is sanctified, and I just realized I'm basically describing Warhammer 40k. This is not where I wanted to be. Where am I? Is this not it? I mean, I guess it isn't, but I thought... Where the hell is our house? I thought it was up there. I'll try this one instead. It's okay, I have the ability to teleport. Huh? Oh, yeah. Well, hopefully they will answer that in the sequel, Raven King. Although there is an easy way to answer it here, really.
Alone. So many memories.
Death to memories.
There's nothing for me here anymore.
So, here's the thing, Raven King. Either there's some unexplained answer that we haven't heard yet, or
Soaked from melted snow.
it's just the logical reason. So, Hephaestus is operating without... How do I explain this? Hephaestus isn't an AI. Hephaestus arguably isn't even a VI. It is instead simply a sub-process. It's something designed to deal with only one thing, right? So if you're only dealing with one thing, with no supervision, then all you care about is that one thing. And people hunt the animals, the robots, which means the people are now an impediment to the operation of those machines. And you see how that develops.
Hi, Rost. I'll just take this off. Don't want him listening in.
Yeah, let's put that white thing in the snow. Good question, Eitri. We know Hades is at least a little bit different.
Rost, I can't believe it's taken me so long to visit you. When you said goodbye, I told you I'd find you. Track you down.
Actually, I'm sorry to interrupt. It hasn't been centuries. It's only been 18 years. It happened right as she was born, basically, within the same minute, actually. So it's only been about 18 years since the processes have been split off and doing their own things. Still a decent chunk of time for processes to be doing who knows what.
Looks like you did it after all. Went somewhere I can't follow. I should have known you'd be watching.
Ah, I must not have done this on this save.
Looking out for me. There for me when no one else was. Like always. One last time. So, I went inside the mountain. Do you remember the night before the proving? The final lesson you taught me? You said I needed to serve a purpose bigger than myself. Well, it couldn't get much bigger. It's the same purpose that drove Elizabeth and Gaia when they were willing to die for. So yeah, I'll do it. Give myself to that. For Elizabeth and Gaia and for you. Well, I've got a master override to recover, so I guess I'll be on my way. Until next time, Rost.
So I actually already did that cutscene, but that was on the PC playthrough. That's what I mentioned that I hadn't done yet. And yeah, they actually flat out mentioned that the derangement started happening after the giant flash of light. They vaguely mention it as starting about 10 years ago, but that's inaccurate. It's more accurate to say that people started noticing it and tracking it about 10 years ago. But it had been developing for the last 18. I don't know, Zach Taft. Ah, just kidding. I'm sure she would. Where am I? But yeah, I don't even remember if I mentioned it in my rumination on this game, but what launched that signal? The thing that detached Hades? That's a big one. And to my knowledge is a question that has not been answered. Yeah, I don't know. It might actually be mentioned in the DLC. We'll find out tomorrow. I've already kind of decided the timeline here. We do not have time to do this quest, the DLC, and the final quest before, you know, an hour and 40 minutes has passed. And that's fine. Although, finishing this game today, I'll admit, is a bit of a boon that I was... Or, excuse me, tomorrow, this week, is a bit of a boon I wasn't expecting. As much as it was not my intent, and I still think it sucks, I'll still take it. You still have to stop to do it. There's no quest there. Oh, for God's sakes. Why is there a quest? What? What?
Find help.
SnowRunner. Easy answer.
What's your name? What happened?
Hackard. Find help for Pitchcliff. The Glindorks keep attacking. They'll kill my brother. Everyone.
Not if I have anything to say about it.
Well, god damn it. That's kill a bunch of birds. I'm honestly just gonna skip that one. Moving on. And thus the birds killed everyone. The end. I think he was the smartest man who was an idiot. Just for you, Von Falkenstein. Just for you.
I'm ready.
Sorry. Manual save in case this is a... You're kidding. I only get 5 save slots? On a PS4? I mean, whatever, but what? It's a good question, Baron, but honestly, probably not. No. Remind me, Eclectic.
The way to the mountain will be hard. Ferocious machines prowl every step of the climb.
More corrupted?
Not corrupted, but they will not tolerate humans.
So what else is new?
Unnecessary slow-mo.
Stalkers in the open. Watchers on the other side.
So, the reason I say I'm not sure, Baron, is the old world needed to be fixed. By the way, notice how far the debris has been flung. The old world needed to be fixed, but from what we understand and what information there is, the old world was in the process of fixing itself. The slow way, the proper way, you know. Careful, complex solutions.
over. Fight's on.
Yeah, the world was being scalpeled back to life. Then the plague hit. And, well, it's like, well, now it's time to Etch-a-Sketch. I made a comment about that, pod of dolphins, which was endangered. That led to the extinction of dolphins. But it's worth noting that there was a pod in a protected area, which was, salvaging the species, for lack of a better way to put that. In short, it's another sign that they were on their way.
Do they think they're guarding Gaia?
I doubt they think at all. More like an instinct, gathering them to her grave.
It's a shame this is all snowy, because that view is phenomenal right there. Not really, Zektapt. But we'll manage. Oh my god, Sierra Mike! We go the wrong way here. This fight will suck. This is the first time I think we've actually fought a big bird instead of a little bird.
Guess I'm now almost there.
Maybe I could skip fighting it. Yeah, big birds. Whoa. I would love to fight one of those on PC. I was actually looking forward to it, believe it or not. By the way, notice how we're still seeing gigantic house-sized chunks of debris scattered all over the mountainside. Just want it out.
Gaia's sacrifice. Did this. Cracked the inside of the mountain like it was an egg?
Yep.
Yes, yes. Quickly now. I've prepared the way ahead for you.
So you've been in here before?
To a point. You'll see.
God, Silence sounds so eager at this point, too.
You made a climbing path for me, but left an army of machines for me to deal with?
Since when were machines any obstacle for you? If you could fly, I wouldn't have bothered with the climbing path either.
Or the bloom there.
Down. Don't look down.
You're absolutely right, Tesla.
This is exactly the kind of place I expected to find you in, Silence.
Thank you. It's one of many workshops I've constructed over the years. For years, I tried to get through this hatch. I drilled, I burned, I blasted. But we both know that you won't have any trouble getting through.
You make it sound like I should apologize.
Not at all. It never occurred to me that the way through would not be with force, but with a key. A key in human form. The failure of imagination was mine, not yours.
Looks like you've spent a lot of time here.
19 years ago, a great explosion destroyed this mountain. Gaia's death, your birth. The echo could be heard as far as the claim. Ash darkened the skies. How they fretted in Meridian as they tried to read this omen.
You caught that, by the way, right? Because this is shortly thereafter, and the consequence of this led to the Red Raids and the mass sacrifice for the previous king of Meridian and Akarja.
The crater burned for weeks, but when it cooled, I was the first to behold what lay within. Over time, the machines closed ranks to protect it. Useful. Soon, no one dared to come here. Except me.
Yeah, for those of you who've played Crusader Kings 2 or EU4, there's a comet in the sky. It must be an omen.
In her message, Gaia said we could restore her, but after seeing the damage, how could that be?
She said any effort to repair her must come after Hades is destroyed. I concur. Rebuilding the terraforming system now might allow Hades to use it as a weapon. Because of Gaia's sacrifice, it has been forced to search for means that are less convenient.
But do you think it's even possible to restore Gaia?
You know what the Cauldrons are capable of. How they fabricate any technology necessary to create a machine. By the same principle, it should be possible to replicate every technology necessary to repair Gaia. But that would take years, and we're counting the time we have left by the hour.
I thought you might actually be here this time. Actually, here.
Why? My presence is unnecessary. You don't need my help to pass through this door. You were the one born to do this, not me.
It's time for me to head in.
Yes. When you find the Master Override, you will gain the power to defeat Hades. Everything depends on you.
Genetic identity confirmed. Entry authorized. Greetings, Dr. Sobek. You are clear to proceed.
One last ancient ruin. Until we get to the DLC tomorrow.
Logging arrivals. Shan Margot.
Welcome to Frozen Hell. Population 10.
11 counting Gaia.
Don't count your chicken embryos before they're incubated, hon. She's still firing up. Be a while before you eat that omelet.
I'm vegan, Travis. You'd think we'd worked in the same secret base long enough for you to notice.
We weren't scheduled to shack up here for another 3 weeks. You realize I just lost 350 kilos of pre-code smut comics in transit.
Wait, actual physical media? Why didn't you have it digitized?
Can't beat the feel of physical media on your fingers. And in here, we ain't gonna be touching a whole lot else. Figured I was gonna pass the time archiving them. What about you?
Me? Work, I guess. My task queue stretches out for like 3 years. There's a lot of sharp edges to round off. After that, I hadn't really thought about it.
Oh, you will. You're what, 30? Reckon you'll be the one turning the lights off at the end. Food for thought, huh, vegan?
This sucks forever.
Nah, not forever. Just the rest of your life.
It's true. So yeah, in case you missed that, this is Elysium. Congratulations, your reward for saving the future possibility of the species existing is you get to live in a place that's hermetically sealed with enough resources for you to live out the rest of your life with like 9 other people. Okay, apparently this isn't Elysium. Ignore me. Never mind. Whatever. Still horrifying, though. Nice place.
Guess that's my way across.
Yeah, now that I'm thinking about it, I'm not sure where Elysium would be. Because if it's not here, which it's not, you're right, then it's nowhere.
It's, held like this for 19 years, right?
Well...
Don't answer.
Sorry. Yeah, I was gonna say, at this point, I would say Elysium probably never existed.
Glad that's over.
But again, I don't actually know. There's only one way to find out. To the wiki. I'm curious now. Blah, 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 blah. It doesn't say. It actually doesn't say. It was apparently a real place, but they ended up going here instead of to Elysium. So what was supposed to happen, this is why I got confused right here, is because what was supposed to happen was the Alphas were supposed to go to Elysium. And so they didn't because of events were about to here, and they ended up going here instead. As I say, we might see some Elysium in the Forbidden West. Drop!
Not this way. Maybe further up the shaft.
In fact, now that I'm thinking about that, wouldn't it be interesting if something, or someone, from Elysium, in the Forbidden West, is actually what sent the signal? You know, and activated Hades. And by activated, I mean chopped off. You know, caused all the problems.
This must have been where they lived. What's left of it. Once, this was all enclosed by rock and metal.
Now, to keep with the overall aesthetic of the story, it probably wasn't even a malicious thing. It was probably an accident. Not that that makes it better.
Record. I just woke up. I see the numbers, but can't make out the time. I was dreaming of... I was giving a lecture in Q Hall. Maybe it was something more shamanistic. I don't know. An audience of shadowy faces under a blank open sky. I told them the world ended with a bang. A plague of robots. The last humans. We went out, not with a whimper, but a whisper. You know, in caves, ending like we started, huddled around a flickering glow. The heads of state, the Fortune 5s, the leaders, and lottery winners, and life cults, all of them buried in their little shelters. Some believing they'll live it out some way, somehow, or Elysium, or us here at Gaia Prime. No different. A multitude of tiny societies taking hold, flaring, dying. Some will be beautiful, some horrific, and none of them matter. Short-term civilizations. One last gasp before the long-held breath. Before I wake up, I know the audience is gone. I'm talking to myself, to a quiet planet, a barren sphere. Just Gaia and her long, long dreaming. I hope she won't be lonely.
She'll be busy. Brute force hacking a giant swarm. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me, General Orthopox. Oh, yep, gotta design those dinosaurs. That's something that could occupy you for a few cycles, right? 1 or 2.
Evacuation happens so fast. No time to think things through. No time for goodbyes. There were lines in the medical ward. I told Tom Paik I'd be with him when he went under. But there was one last shipment of Paradiseidae zygotes I could get processed if I rushed. I'm still angry at him for forcing me to choose. Angry at myself for... Well, he died alone. And I didn't get the bloody birds of paradise saved either. All the time left in the world now to think. Gaia Prime's logs are sealed. Elysium sealed up, safe and sound. A distance of miles, but it might as well be on the other side of the galaxy. All the betas and gammas and support staff living their lives. If I hadn't been an alpha, if things had gone differently, I could have been there. Instead, I'm spending the rest of my unnatural life in here with people I don't even like. And without the one I would have gladly spent my life with. Given a chance. 2 hours since I signed off on the final executables and I'm already a bitter old man bitching to his focus. There's a thought for future generations.
I have to admit, the concept of... conceptual horror tends to get to me in a good way. You know, it tends to get me. There we go, that's a better way to put that. All you have to do is imagine it. Like, imagine that you're in a bubble, a sealed bunker. You have plenty of food, you know, but it's you and, like, 9 other people, right? And you're stuck there. Now, you can't leave in your lifetime. It will take longer than the rest of your lifetime for, you know, things to calm down, and much longer than the last of your lifetime for things to be livable. You can't send any signals. You think there's other bunkers out there that might have other people in them. You have that thought in your head, but you don't know. You can't know, because no signals can come out. You can't send any signals. Anything, even the most bare bones radar or whatever, will lead to the swarm being like, hey, there's a thing over there. Or it might lead to the swarm noticing you. So you can't risk it. You're completely locked off. And to deal with that, right? that's... I don't know. Something about that is just fascinating. And horrifying. And hearing how these people are like, yep, so I've got my work, and how they kind of cope with this is also, in its own horrible way, fascinating. And yeah, there are actual studies done in real life that isolation will screw with you inside of less than a month. Closer to 2 weeks, actually. Like, it will start doing actual brain damage to you as your brain struggles to cope with the lack of social interaction. Now, these people have each other, but I want you to picture the 9th person, or the 10th person, excuse me. The last person, you know? Just think about that for a second. The good news is these people only had a few years of additional work to do to
Elizabeth's room.
polish over the problems.
She didn't even get a chance to unpack. These are her journals. Elizabeth's journals. And they're all destroyed?
Scan them. The Focus can rebuild them, but the process is slow. To us, it seems a powerful device, but its engine is tiny and limited.
How slow?
Days, weeks, years. Concern yourself with stopping Hades and extending the future, and you might live long enough to hear them.
Yeah, no kidding. But let's actually read those really quick. Since, you know, down. Under repair. Just checking if there's anything there. Didn't think there would be. Double checking. You're the blur. Blur. Where are we? I'm trying, Zach. I'm trying. I know I'm slow. I'm sorry.
Elizabeth. What is this?
This is Charles Ronson. I'm logging this 6 hours after final deployment of Gaia Prime. This morning, an access port seal malfunctioned. Gaia Prime's port seals were designed to close with a seam of less than 2 millimeters. But this one closed with a 10 millimeter gap. Enough for an energy signature to bleed through. Enough for the swarm to detect this facility. Enough for Gaia to be discovered and destroyed. Enough to end the future we worked so hard to make possible. Unless the hatch servos were manually re-engaged from the outside. I'm now switching to a recording of the event.
Well, I'm not going out there. Not what I signed up for.
Either we send someone out, or all of this was for nothing.
It should be Liz's decision.
So when is she going to get here?
She said 5 minutes. You don't think...
Okay, everyone. I've repaired the seal. Gaia?
Seal closure at 1.4 millimeters. Confirmed.
Elizabeth, no. We'll find a way to bring you back in.
It's not gonna happen. The swarm's too close. Really. It's alright. Gaia's complete. She'll take care of things from here on out. That's what she does.
Not like this. There's so much we...
Guys, you know me. I'm no good at endings. At letting things end, so, let's not.
So, happy trails, Liz. And, see you around.
Yeah. Take care of each other, alright?
Liz.
I'm okay with this. I want to go home. Goodbye.
That was the last transmission of Elizabeth Sobek. She gave everything for the hope of life on this planet. And we are all in her debt.
You probably wondered why I emphasized that whole locked away from the world thing earlier. 8 millimeters. 8 millimeters was an unacceptable level threat.
Aloy?
She's gone. Really gone.
You knew she couldn't have survived, Aloy. And her achievements were beyond exceptional.
While her people bickered, she was the one who took responsibility. The only one who could.
She was better than them.
That's not what I said.
She was. You shouldn't be afraid to admit it.
Can't you just for one moment stop calculating and let yourself feel? She sacrificed herself for her friends, for the future, for life on Earth. Doesn't that stir anything in you? The generosity of it.
You're trying to invest her decision with something magical. It was a rational choice, not based on sentimentality.
You're wrong. Remember, she knew it wasn't enough for Gaia to think. She taught Gaia to feel. To care, to sacrifice, to believe in life. Enough to fight against hopelessness. If it wasn't for that sentimentality, life would have ended. You and I would never have existed.
Your argument is sound. I'm sorry for your loss.
She said she wanted to go home. Maybe.
What?
Nothing. It's time to go on.
By the way, I think this is a good time to mention that Elizabeth Sobek is literally Silence plus Aloy. The two perspectives.
You'd hate it, Liz, but I wrote you a eulogy. I had to try to express all your children. After all Apollo has taught them, they'll think they know everything. But they have to understand what you did for them. How you loved the whole world so much. With an intensity that was dazzling. Bruising. And in the end, it killed you. Or you died for it. Different perspectives. No one could keep up with you, live up to you. I don't know, maybe if I hadn't taken that postdoc in Joburg. I'm glad you shot down the Lightkeeper protocol in the end. I don't think I could have taken seeing another one of you. I mean, Elizabeth Sobek. There's only one. I miss you.
Look, Liz, you're a pretty stand-up gal. I'm sorry you died. If you had a home to go to, I hope you got there first. But this monument Ronson's made to you? Kinda creepy if you ask me. Rest in peace, Liz. God knows you earned it.
Hell, Liz. I know you're never gonna hear this. That's not the point. You got to play the savior and the martyr all at once this time. Great work.
Hello, Margot. How are you holding up?
Dr. Ronson, I've been getting a lot of messages, unsolicited messages from Ted.
Margot, I'm sorry. With Liz gone, we've got no one to run interference with him. I'll talk to Ted. He mostly wants updates, constant updates, hundreds of updates on things he knows nothing about. Liz used to field all of his crap.
He doesn't understand the systems at all. That was kind of by design. But he's getting pretty sketchy with me.
We just have to keep him happy. Liz always said keep him happy.
Are you kidding? You ever hear how she talked to him?
She was managing him, Margot.
I mean, Maybe I should ignore him. He's buried in his pyramid with the Hola Hola girls and Panta Antimon cuckoos. What can he do?
So yeah, he had his own pyramid, as they say. Because of course he did. He kind of funded all this so he gets to have a seat, so to speak. Whether that's acceptable or not, that's a little more debatable. Just check the radar. And yeah, the game itself calls it out flatly. Elizabeth was the only one who I would say he respected enough to actually listen to. Despite everything. Direct pipelines coming. Although even those are dangerous, but, well, we'll talk about that in just a moment. Did I miss one? By the way, hi, Galtori. I didn't say hi earlier. Sorry. She just wanted that to happen. Yep, there it is. God, I hate that. That's why that's a negative right there.
What are we gonna plug into their heads, Les? A whole lot of history? A whole lot of so-called truth? A whole lot of noise? It's not tablet, Les. It's poison.
There are precious few things as dangerous as a mind that is left to its own devices. One of the many, many, many reasons why I like to get buy-in from other people is to avoid having happened to me what happened to Ted Faro. Granted, I'd like to think I'm slightly more sane than him, but you get my point.
There's another section at the back of the crater. Looks like it survived the blast.
Because it was armored, you found the control room.
I'm on my way.
But yeah, isolation can do a lot of bad things, but there's a reason that term echo chamber is considered an insult. People misuse that in modern parlance, but an actual echo chamber, either inside yourself or with only a small number of people, is a very dangerous thing intellectually.
I've been taking a hard look at the project. In the end, it's simple. It's clean. It's clear. Erasure. Addition. By. Subtraction. I can make a better list. With a single stroke. Make it all go away.
I really don't like the direction this is going.
Continue.
Damn it. Sealed. Partially sealed. Corpse is still here.
When I opened the hatch, the air rushed in from this side.
Because there was none inside the chamber.
But the Alphas were in there.
Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the final plot point and reveal of this game.
Unlocked out of core control. Alpha clearance overridden. What the hell is Omega clearance?
Oh no.
Alpha personnel. Sorry to alarm you, but I need you to listen, okay? To what I'm about to say. This isn't easy. See, please, stop trying to access the system, okay? See, what this is about is, I said stop trying to access the goddamn system.
What I'm trying to say is I can't stop thinking about the ones who come after us. Those innocents. Those blameless men and women. We're gonna give them knowledge? Like it's a gift?
Ted. We've talked about this before. Apollo has 3,000 plus fail-safe conditions.
It's not a gift, it's a disease. They're the cure, and we're gonna give them the disease. Our disease? No, we can't. And it's not too late. If we're willing to sacrifice.
Ted, it doesn't need to be like this.
It already is, Samina. I did it 3 minutes ago. I've purged Apollo. It's gone. All of it. Every copy.
Sacrifice? It's not a sacrifice. It's cultural obliteration, you crazy bastard. Millennia of culture.
I'm sorry. Really, I am. But sometimes, to protect innocence, innocents have to die.
Emergency alert. Captain atmosphere.
Before Silence gets to react to that, I want you to picture all human knowledge and culture gone. It's such a hard thing to comprehend because the scale of it is so vast. So incomprehensibly vast. Think about how many languages were just wiped out forever. Think about stories, technologies, historical records, names. Just... This is a hard reset. It is difficult to have more of a hard reset than this. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the crime of Ted Faro. The actual crime. Being an idiot, not really thinking forward, all of those were, let's be honest with ourselves, mistakes. This is the one thing that he did. And the one thing he did was to wipe out humanity a second time. By the way, really small tidbit, I don't know if you caught that. Kamina, the woman who worked on who was the alpha of the Apollo project, immediately was like, oh my god, and someone rushed over to comfort her over that. So if you were wondering why all the children were stuck in their areas, why all of this crap has been happening, it is entirely because Ted Faro wiped out Apollo. And yeah, if not for the failsafe, again, remember how I re-emphasized that like 3 times earlier? If not for the failsafe, humanity would have actually died right then and there. That would have been game. By the way, if you want to think about the best part about all this, is Ted Faro was probably the last human alive. Like, there's a decent chance. He's not the suicidal type. No, Apollo has nothing to do with Gaia. I mean, not really. But none of the other subsystems could operate properly. Seriously, I'm saying that wrong. The human-related subsystems couldn't operate without Apollo. Everything else was fine. Hephaestus was doing his things. Artemis was doing their things. Blah, 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 blah. Everything was fine. But, so why did Ted wipe the data? You just saw why. He explained it himself. It's not a cure, it's a poison. We're going to poison the future. With our history, it needs to be wiped clear. Because he doesn't understand. No. Hear me out for just a second. He does... I mean, you could argue the knowledge of history thing. But let's take the incredibly obvious argument and just kind of push that out the window for just a second. Because what he legitimately did not understand, that the Jenga tower that they had constructed kind of needed all of its pieces to be there. It never really occurred to him that all of those pieces were essential, that all of them supported each other. He removed a piece. Now, okay, Jenga's a bad example, but you get my point, right? He removed a support strut from a bridge. And he didn't understand that that support strut was responsible for other things other than the obvious. I agree with you, Eclectic. It is a possibility. I mean, that's a lot of reading, Larry. At this point, recovering Apollo may or may not mean anything. I mean, you know, there's the whole restoration of all of human society, but it wouldn't really change the format per se. It would just enable people to have access to their history and culture and technology and all those fun things. But yeah, Gaia's already gone. Gaia's been deleted at this point. We could possibly restore a new Gaia. That's kind of our overall goal. But the system that was put in place has effectively been destroyed. At this point, we are trying to pick up the pieces and do something with what's left over. And yeah, the terraforming, even if we stop Hades, the terraforming problem is still a very real problem. And I'm going to go ahead and spoil this, is a problem left unsolved by this game, although I haven't played the DLC. So hey, Silence, what do you think about the fact that someone wiped out all of human knowledge?
He killed them all.
So this is why. This is why we were trapped in benighted ignorance for an innocent future. Blameless men. He never saw the slaughter in the Sun Ring. Everything these people achieved, all the knowledge of the old ones, evaporated. Turned to dust, scattered to the void, like the Alphas themselves.
No. Not a void. When the hatch unsealed and scattered their ashes on the wind, it took them out among the world they made. The world we're living in. It's a monument to what they died trying to accomplish.
A monument to oblivion.
Not oblivion, Silence. Hope.
There's the list. Sorry, someone was asking about the full list. So we have Gaia, that's the over AI. And each subfunction was Minerva, I forget what she was doing. Hephaestus, that's the designer. Ether, no idea. Poseidon, probably pretty obvious. Demeter, not sure about that one. Artemis, I'm pretty sure that's plants. Eleuthia, that was the one to take care of the children. Apollo, that's the one to take care of the people. And Hades, that's the reset button. Oh, was Minerva the hacker? Okay, that would make sense then. That would explain why Minerva's at the top. Christ. Like, I'm sorry. It's so hard to process this, really. I want you to really think about this. I want you to think about, like, we talk about preservation of history and you know, trying to make sure that video games don't get lost to history, which has already happened. We're already at that step. Or any of you fans of Doctor Who? The Doctor Who episodes we've lost? These are obvious, overt things. We have lost already a huge amount of culture when it comes to television and movies simply because nobody was actually sustaining anything, right? Yeah, we actually came really close to losing the original Star Wars trilogy. Probably within a year or two, based on all the reports I read. Inches. Yeah, all those black and white movies are gone. And those are terrible. Those are crimes. Those are horrible. Now imagine everything. Just everything. Just, God. Okay, we're good, we're good.
The Master Override. It's so small.
Now all you have to do is kill Hades with it. Try not to fall to your death. The Master Override doesn't override gravity.
Aw. Pity. Aren't I supposed to be able to grab that? There we go.
Keep holding, keep holding.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I'm sorry. Granted, I'm literally a student of history, and I actually find history fascinating, and I've studied it since I was a frickin' kid, but... like... Just picture... how many times within the last century, just the last century, how many times are there pieces of history that were almost lost? How many things are we still uncovering about the last, again, just limiting it to just the last century, that we are still being like, oh, this happened, or we think this happened. Feels like the wrong way. Yep, okay, I see where I am. I see where I am. Yeah, we recently lost, something we'll be playing in Assassin's Creed Unity in a couple days. Just occurred to me. And yeah, we have lost things. You know what the worst part is for me personally? This is just a completely personal perspective. We don't know how much we have lost. We can't. In some cases, we know that we've lost stuff. There's records of stuff existing. But there are also things that we have probably lost that we have no record of having ever existed. That's the thought that gets to me right there. At least these people will know they lost something. It's just horrible as that sounds. And yeah, you're absolutely right, Nerdman. God, just...
You're here.
For a moment.
What?
Our journey together has come to an end, Aloy. But before I go, I think I owe it to you to tell you the rest of the story.
Go on.
Some time ago, I admitted that I'd been involved with the Eclipse. But I never told you the full extent of my culpability. The truth is, I was there at the beginning. I found Hades, Aloy, buried on that mountain, trapped in that shattered titan. And I served it.
What?
It promised knowledge and delivered. Such knowledge, you have no idea.
And in exchange?
I helped create the Eclipse. Helped it build a cult, an army to do its will.
Why are you telling me this now?
Because your success depends on knowing this. When I found Hades, the first thing it wanted to know about was the Spire. Not Meridian. The Spire. Now why would that be?
Transmission tower.
The Spire was created by Gaia.
Which part of Gaia?
Minerva. It's code-breaking module. Gaia built spires to transmit the codes that deactivated the Pharaoh robots, shut down their biomatter conversion systems. Hades wants to send a new transmission. To wake the machines, so they can devour the world all over again.
Bingo.
Yes. Based on what we've learned, that's my conclusion as well.
So the Eclipse... the robots they've resurrected... they're just a means to an end. An army to capture the Spire.
Yes. So Hades can exterminate life all over again. Unless you stop it.
Ironically, this is exactly why I call them VI instead of AI Kirwise, but again, it is certainly debatable. Again, the game itself seems to try and imply that they are AI. If you remember, Gaia actually flat out said, my sub-processes have been broken off, and now they are completely independent AI. Now, granted, they use that term differently than we do, but the implication is clear that, oh, they're totally sentient now. Not sure if I agree with that, but again, certainly debatable.
I want you to tell me everything. Hades, the Eclipse. Everything.
It's a long story, Aloy.
Then get started.
It began with a focus, recovered from an ancient ruin, as yours was so many years ago. In my case, the device was heavily damaged. There was just a flicker of life in it. I spent weeks studying it, attempting repairs, until finally, I succeeded. A whole new dimension of perception revealed, right before my eyes. That's when I detected it. A faint signal. Out there, something was searching, just like I was.
A real kindred spirit.
I followed the signal to its source. A shattered titan, buried in the jungles of the Jewel.
So you thought it was a Titan? An old war machine?
I didn't know what to think. I'd seen such wreckage before. The Grave Horde, for example. But this was different. This was not quite dead. It couldn't speak when I found it, until my repairs gave it a voice. So began an exchange of knowledge. It wanted to know everything about our world, its tribes and machines. But the Spire was always its foremost concern.
What did it want to know about the Spire?
Its precise location, the surrounding geography, who controlled the land. Meanwhile, Hades revealed to me many of the intricacies of ancient technology. It bid me to recover and repair more focuses. Before long, I had a couple dozen up and running.
Enough to equip a small army.
The commanders of one, anyway. I didn't care. I was learning so much. Physics, calculus. You have no idea.
And the Shadow Carja? How did they become involved?
The Carja Civil War was a happy coincidence. A perfect opportunity.
An opportunity? That's what it was to you?
Yes. Overnight, half the tribe was in exile, desperate to win back Holy Meridian. Their religion made them easy to manipulate. All I had to do was present Hades as the buried shadow of their mythology. So yes, it was an opportunity. I arranged for High Priest Bahavas to meet with Hades. Helis was there as well. And so the Eclipse was born. Anything to win back Holy Meridian.
But Hades didn't care about Meridian. And neither did you.
We live in a world of fallen cities and vanished tribes. What were a few more? Besides, I was too busy setting up the cult's focus network to Hades' specifications. A thrilling technical challenge, especially with the alterations I included of my own design.
The ability for you to spy on them.
Yes. I may have been foolish enough to serve Hades, but I was never so foolish that I trusted it. I installed what the ancients used to call a back door in the network. Secret access, empowering me to monitor all activity and communications.
Real quick, do I think it's possible to make a new Gaia or rebuild Gaia? No. Do I think it's possible to add a new over-AI to slave the other machines, or the other processes to it? Possible. Do I think the new Mass Effect will be good? No.
What made you turn on Hades? certainly wasn't your conscience.
Actually, I was troubled the first time I saw the Eclipse raise an ancient war robot with my technology. I questioned Hades about its intentions.
A little late.
Indeed. I'd already outlived my usefulness. When I completed work on the Focus Network, Hades summoned me to receive my reward. The next moment, I heard it broadcast my kill order. I've been a fugitive ever since.
So when did I come into this? Our path together?
When Olin stumbled on you. System threat detected. That got my attention. A kill order against a savage Nora girl? Why would Hades bother with that? But then I saw that this Nora girl was wearing a focus, and bore an uncanny resemblance to a great scientist of the old world. Helis moved quickly. I thought you were dead. But then I detected your focus inside the Nora mountain. The more I observed you, the more convinced I became of your extraordinary nature and usefulness. Through you, I could finally discover the secrets of the Earth. I vowed to do everything I could to ensure your success. The rest, as they used to say, is history.
You've done terrible things, Silence. But you've also done what you could to undo them. I can't say you've balanced the scale, but at least you've tried.
To be clear, Aloy, I would do it all again. A few more safeguards, perhaps, but basically the same.
Really? So much for learning from mistakes.
I've done all I can. From here on out, the rest is up to you. Take my lance. Fit the Master Override to it, and you have a means of injection.
Then I just need to get close enough to Hades' skull to stab it in?
Exactly.
Oh, no problem. Silence! Where will you go?
Elsewhere. And everywhere. There's so much more to discover before the world ends.
And all this?
I leave it to you, of course. As it turned out, it was yours all along. I was merely trespassing.
So, real quick, the image I just linked is the images of the map of this game superimposed over actual Google image map to show where exactly this is happening.
I traveled far to find you. I heard your transmission. It was you, wasn't it?
Entity is not known.
I'm called Silence, and you are. I don't think you'd have called out if it wasn't something you wanted. You called, I responded. Will you tell me your name?
Hades.
You are a creation of the ancients. A war machine.
Define timeline.
Time? Ah. It is the 13th king of the Carja Soddom's reign.
Define Carja.
We're getting ahead of ourselves. Were you created by the ancients? I wonder how long you waited here, buried, until I chanced upon you. How long you'd have to wait for another. You're obviously very powerful, but you're not going to get anywhere without me.
Titan Flame merely houses intellect. Define Carja.
Now that's more like it.
Stuff like this is another reason why I'd classify this as a VI. Again, not that the distinction really matters. But you get the point. Anyways.
They're coming.
Preparations are complete.
Ah, Lucent Bahavas. Behold, as I promised you.
What manner of great machine is this? I've never
seen such a thing. Stay! Stay your ground, Karja in shadow!
Incorrect. Bow before the buried shadow.
The buried shadow? I don't understand.
Did Ahriman understand the Glinthawk that perched upon the Alight?
It speaks scripture.
Ahriman followed the shadow cast from the spire.
To the mesa where Holy Meridian was founded.
You will follow the shadow once more.
I am a righteous man, chosen of the sun. But in times of need, the powers of shadow can accomplish what the sun alone cannot. Will you return to us what is ours, O Shadow of Prophecy?
An army is required. Obey, and Meridian is yours.
Of our obedience you can be certain.
Task is complete.
Yes. The focus network is active, built to your specifications. Check it yourself if you must. I'll wait. But I remind you of the reward you've been withholding. Quantum processing.
Data has been compiled. Volume too great for transfer.
How inconvenient for me.
Come before me. You shall receive your reward.
Very well.
Helis. Threat detected inside Eclipse.
Speak its name, O Shadow, and it will die.
You will eliminate this one. Silence.
Silence. Yes. A truth whispered at night is seen in the day. He was never one of us. It will be done.
Oh, right. Let me equip the weapon I've been using since the beginning of the game here. Kind of forgot about it.
I have to tell Avad that the Eclipse are ready to strike. After what happened with Dervahl, I know he'll defend the city. But the Spire...
Yeah, now I have that attack that I've had since the beginning of the game. Just over here. Aww. Well, that's in the realm of debatable. We actually could only speculate on what would have happened if Apollo wasn't destroyed. Nope. Okay, that's cool. Figured I'd grab the rope on the way down. Alas. The end. And then all life was wiped out. No, that's a valid perspective, General Orthopox. I'm not going to argue it. I don't agree with it, but I get your point at least. Like I said, we could debate them.
That the Eclipse are ready to strike.
Although, of course, one of the key points of Droid Effect is requiring external influence in order to, or not influence, wrong word, external stimuli to develop and build off of, right? Even a human being needs to interact with other human beings to develop, you know, into a human being. So, what's going on with the other sub-processes, who knows? But Hades had silence to work with. The difference between its speech patterns before and after is stark and kind of demonstrates the point. Now see, I would disagree, Juniper Rowan, because all it has to do is what Silence told it to. Just picture this for a moment. All you have to do is recite this line and this line, and he will be putty in your hand, and then you will have your army. I mean, think about it.
Bad omen for the ritual.
Now,
We haven't lost this many hunters since the war with the Karja.
Nice little thing up there. It is also interesting to keep in mind that Hades still only cares about one thing, fulfilling his programming, which is also relevant. I suppose we could argue the same thing about people, but the fact remains.
Let our best.
We will finish the main story tomorrow. In fact, I'm actually going to jump off the stream now. Granted, I have technically another 30 minutes of stream time, but I'll use this time to get ready for the third stream I'll be doing today, because we have D&D tonight. So, actually, I think we do. I didn't even check with third. We might have D&D tonight. Let me verify that. But I can't verify that right now, so one way or another, I'm going to chomp off because I don't feel like doing 30 minutes of the DLC. Tomorrow, 9 AM Eastern Standard Time, one way or the other, we will be doing the DLC and then finishing the game. So, one way or another, I do hope to see you there.